it's slap. I don't care who you are. You know what I'm saying? If not that, probably it could have been worse. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, man. People are sensitive on certain topics, especially if you're doing it in front of the person, like you right there. You know what I mean? Everybody, broad TV, like, you know what I'm saying, at the Oscars, and you going in. Like, nah,
Salakia,
man.
like the beast. You gotta know the kind of wife you got too, man. You gotta be careful with that because you're gonna be slapping a whole bunch of brothers all day, man. You know what I'm saying? So in his situation,
Right.
knowing the type of wife he has, yeah, you gotta move a certain way with that situation, man.
I agree because there's going to be other people. I agree with what you're saying, Maccabees. We understand what you're saying, but you understand. You know how Jake is vindictive. Jake is likes to agitate. You think more people ain't gonna come forward and say something now to see if he gonna keep that same energy? Like I said, not just 50, but other people have been talking too. And I really believe that there's a piece of it that because it's Chris Rock, that's why you felt like you could do that. Had that been somebody else, like 50 or anybody else, I don't think you would have walked up on that stage like that. That's just what I get from Will Smith. I could be wrong, but that's the spirit I read. Like that's because it was Chris Rock. On top of the disrespect and everything you said, it's also Chris Rock. So you could go ahead and go do that and not really worry about nothing. That's how I took
Honestly, I believe that's how a lot of people are. A lot of people go for the weakest link in anything. You know what I'm saying? If they feel they could do it to that person, they gonna do it to them. Now, I'm not saying everybody, but that's how a lot of people are. They feel, oh, he ain't nobody. He ain't gonna do nothing. I'll do it to him. You know what I'm saying? That's how majority of people are. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way it goes. But I'm just saying, instinctively, you're not going. That goes for anybody. Me personally, not going to disrespect my wife or whatever in front of me, in front of everybody. You know what I'm saying? And you just gonna get away with it. Like, nah, it's just instinctively. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think that's a man. That should be a man's first instinct. Period. You see what I'm saying? It's not like she was out there. You know what I'm saying? Like doing shit. You know what I'm saying, to Chris Rock, for Chris Rock to go off the way he did on her. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like you said, it's been going on for a minute. You know what I mean? And at that point, it's like, yo, when does it stop? Like, so instinctively, I understand why he did what he did.
So basically, we agree that Chris Rock probably ran the jokes into the ground. Like we all know somebody that does that, right? They tell some jokes at first, whatever, and then they keep going and run the shit to the ground, and then the energy changes. I've seen that, especially growing up in school. I've seen that. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got one joke and lay them out. Man.
You in the Matrix, priest. Yeah, I mean, I'm a land me back of what Maccabee said a little bit, but then also I'm gonna say my contention with the situation, right? Uh, you definitely, as a husband, shouldn't allow anyone to talk crazy about your wife, right? And like I said, like if he really felt that way, he should have approached Chris from the rip. Now I'm not sure if he did or not. He should approach Chris from the rip behind the scenes, like, yo, my wife ain't feeling well. You know that. You've been on her neck. You know what I'm saying? You've been on her helmet for the past few years about the situation. Not tonight, bro. I'm just asking you. Or he could have went to the producers. You know what I'm saying? He could have went to the people that hired Chris, and probably the ones that told Chris, "Oh, let's get some of those funny Jada jokes." You know what I'm saying? He should have went to the producers, but like, yo, listen, no Jada jokes tonight, y'all. Please, she going through something. I would appreciate that. If she didn't, you know what I'm saying, get embarrassed today because we're going through a hard time. She ain't feeling well. If that kind of communication went out and then Chris Rock still did something, yeah, I definitely could understand that. You know, but yeah, I feel like this kind of statement should have been made a long time ago. He's a celebrity. He could have been putting out tweets like, "Listen, I'm saying my family not perfect, but all the Jada jokes got to stop right now." He could have made a 10-second video that went viral about the situation. But to just say, I'm gonna take this opportunity and embarrass another brother because I feel embarrassed, I do got to question that. You know what I'm saying? And like Priest Daniela said, you got to have that same energy now whenever your wife get disrespected. And with the type of wife you got, yeah, you probably gonna end up in a lot of fights. But I see some new people on stage. Uh, Brother KP, what's going on? Shalom.
Sorry, my thing was mute. Sorry. Shalom, everybody. Shalom. Man, this is one of those things where I have to ask a lot of questions as I'm watching it, and I'm watching all the thing because I had to watch it a few times to really see if it was a joke, if it was a like a little skit they were doing. But it doesn't seem that way when Will Smith shouting out on top of his lungs and just the look on his face, he was serious, man. But the thing about that is it's the kind of wife he has. I mean, you know what I mean? Chris Rock is not the only one that said stuff about his wife in those kind of ways. I feel like Chris Rock is just the one that took the shot. I guess he took it for all the other brothers on, you know what I mean? That is saying bad things about Will Smith's wife. But at the end of the day, he has to check himself and check his wife because at the end of the day, he was laughing at the joke too. I was watching it good. He was laughing, and then he looked over and he probably saw his wife, not so happy about it. And I guess that's when he took it up on himself to go and do what he did. But to me, I mean, you can't even compare. Honestly, we can't even compare. Say for instance, Will Smith and his wife to like a brother in Israel who his wife is in order and would never do certain things. And it's just like you can't. There's no comparison, man. That's a complete. That's like night and day. You know what I mean? Because I know you brothers, your wife is in order, and she wouldn't do any of them things that I'm hearing about Will Smith, wife and what she's doing. So I mean, it's a complete different world. But at the end of the day, you know what I mean? You gotta know what he's doing. You know what I mean? Because now he put himself in a trick bag with going up and boxing his brother. And what if Chris Rock was a white guy? I mean, would he go up and do the same thing? No, there's a lot of things that I question in all of that, man. And I yield.
Y'all
Con,
can hear me?
con. Yeah, we hear you, Priest.
Now, real quick, I'm just saying, black folk don't waste no time. So I'm just scrolling through Facebook, and somebody already found that 2016 clip and posted it. Yeah, he been going in since then, so it's a fact. So I guess it just accumulated over a couple of years, and that was the final straw.
Yeah, and Chris Rock, he do go in, and then he got that annoying voice, Jada. You know, like I can see probably getting Will Smith or get on Will Smith nerves for real, for real. And somebody do got to be an example. I admit that. You know what I'm saying? If you want to make a statement, sometimes somebody do got to be the example. But Israel, try to not make it your brother, right? I'd rather if you would have walked up there and slapped the hell out of Jerry Seinfeld or somebody, man. But who's next on stage? Maraba. Shalom, King.
Shalom, y'all can hear me? Hello?
Shalom, we hear you, King.
Okay. I was just saying, okay, my piece was, I feel like that was kind of weak of Will Smith to do that to Chris Rock, to the comedian. His job is to tell jokes, no matter how dark the humor is. Now, I do honestly believe that uh, Will Smith did that because of Chris Rock. Because if you watch the video, even though Chris Rock said what he said back in 2016 about Jada, I think he held that over. But my whole thing is like if you watch the tape and when Will slapped Chris, Chris was going to retaliate, but he kept his composure. And you saw that it's a split second, but he kept his composure. And so I feel like what I'm saying, as black folks, we got to be smarter than that, man, because Chris Rock money is just as long as Will Smith money, and losing millions gonna hurt a millionaire just like anybody else. So I think that was kind of dumb of him because he could have G checked Chris Rock without having to put his hands on him like that. You know what I'm saying? Show some grace to your brother like that, man. I'm a yield with that.
And that's why I did put up, Leviticus 19 and 18, because by law it says don't hold a grudge against the children of thy people. So if Chris Rock been on, saying Jada Pickett helmet, right, tap dancing on it since 2016, what I'm saying, he should have addressed the situation. Or if he remembers 2016 and he just been waiting for an opportunity to embarrass him, then that is holding a grudge against the children of our people. So a lot of things come into play, man. And Chris Rock, man, what is Chris Rock, like 90 pounds soaking wet? You know what I'm saying? I seen a tweet. I seen a tweet from Little Duval. You know what I'm saying? He was quick to tweet and said, "Let me stop all my Jada Pickett jokes." But that right there in itself is a Jada Pickett joke. So what did Will Smith, what I'm saying, what did he really do besides rehash all that type of stuff? I feel like it would have been more thorough if he would have pressed him behind closed doors and then made a statement. Like even if you would have slapped him behind closed doors, right, and then made a statement, I think that would have been a little bit more thorough, right? Instead of doing it live on TV and making more of a spectacle. But certain brothers feel like they got to make a statement like that, like, "Hey, my wife is being publicly ran through the mud." Even if it's something that she did to me while she's publicly ran through the mud, my wife is being publicly ran through the mud. So I got to publicly do something to tell people to chill off of her. So, but now you got that responsibility of, like Priest Danyala say, keeping that same energy. Now, 50 hit Instagram and start going wild crazy and be like, "Will Smith, you better not try to slap me." You know what I'm saying? Then what is Will Smith going to do? Right? He got to keep that same energy. I see Sister RT on stage. Shalom. We want to comment on the situation, or she just up here to moderate and keep an eye out?
I'm working.
Hey, so let's ask a question. Let's unpack this. If you guys could hear me, I don't know how many of you brothers and sisters ever been to a comedy club, but I have, and I make it a point of not sitting up front, and everybody knows why. Because you're a sitting duck, you're a sitting target, and once they lock in, it's a wrap. So my point is just that we all kind of know how that comedy thing works. I still get what Brother Maccabees was saying, but we know how this comedy thing works, especially in our community. You see what I'm saying? So it's almost and it's not the first time they've been a target, like we all know now, of that on a public stage at a big award show. It just kind of comes with the territory to a degree. So um, I guess the question is, where do you draw the line? There was a video that went viral, like what is it, like a year or two ago, where old boy was sitting up front, and a black dude, he sitting up front of the comedy club, and dude said something, and he got up and beat the shit out of him. You know what I'm saying? That does happen. But you kind of got to know, if you go into a comedy club, especially if you want to sit up front, that's going to happen. So what you should do is you should tell your people that you're with, I'm not sitting up front. You know what I'm saying? You sit up front, I'm going to sit in the back. But you sit there, you asking for it. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of is what it is when it comes to comedy. So, anyway, are you?
Con, you're right about that. I've been to a lot of comedy clubs in New York. You know what I'm saying? And when you in Times Square, they'll bait you in. They're like, a free drink. You'll get one free drink. Come to the comedy club. You go to the comedy club, especially if you're walking around with your lady. But don't sit in that front row. That comedian would joke on you and your lady. You're right about that, priest. Hey, we got the sister on stage. Shalom, what's going on, princess? You want to speak on the topic?
Shalom, everybody. But yeah, no, I think that Will was completely justified for what he did. Y'all may call me wrong, or y'all may feel the opposite, but it's like you publicly humiliated my wife in front of everybody. You should be done the same. I'm like, there's some people out here like, oh, protect black women, but when somebody does it, you want to reprimand them. Like, no. How would you feel if that was you? I'm sorry, like you disrespecting people's spouses, disrespecting somebody's kids. They kind of go hand in hand. You don't do that. There's certain boundaries you don't cross.
Con. I mean, definitely a man should defend his wife. But now let me ask you a question, sister. Would you put your husband in a predicament like that? Because she kind of put her business out there and she publicly put him in front of the red table. And, speaking as a man, if other men see that your wife make you cry publicly, it makes a lot of men lose respect for you and your wife. So now, speaking as a woman, would you even put your man in that kind of situation?
Nah, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't put if I have if we got beef or certain business that belongs just between me and him, that's between me and him. But I'm not gonna publicly humiliate my husband like that. That's not cool.
But now we got to talk about that, Shawpar. We got to put like everything on the table, right? Because now, in her defense, it's just to the point that you made and brother Ari made. Did she really uh purposefully shame him on purpose, or did it's kind of like the red table talk was kind of something that happened after? I'll tell you why I say that. For as long as I can remember, and you brothers can tell me if you heard it, and your sisters too, I've heard they had an open marriage. So he do what he do, I believe with men and women, and she do what she do, I believe with men and women. Right? They've had that open marriage. That's what I've heard over the years. I don't know what you guys heard. And what happened was this young dude that she got with, he kind of is the one that like spilled the beans and like, kind of uh certified what we've all already heard over the years. We just didn't have any proof. He's kind of the one that came out and did that. And then all the fallout behind it was because old boy kind of spilled the beans. So the point I'm trying to make is that I don't know that she personally put him out there because they've both been doing dirt. I honestly believe that they've both been doing dirt. And that's kind of why what I'm saying? He's defending her in public because he knows what he's done as well. You see what I'm saying? So the whole the reason why he's still defending her is it's like, listen, we both out here doing what we're doing, you know, whatever the situation might be. But I've heard they've had an open marriage for a long time. That's why he ain't tripping on what she did, per se. Like some of us men would be tripping if we had a wife that actually did something. We're not supposed to have an open marriage. That's just what I heard. I just wanted to add that curveball to see what y'all think.
Kind of heard of that too. I've heard that they
So,
had an open marriage for years.
yeah, Salaki, yeah. Yeah, they did have an open marriage, and then at the same time, it's like he probably knew that she was messing with old boy on the low. And I mean, it just got put out there because they celebrities. It's just it's something that once the media soak it up, they gonna run with it. You know what I'm saying? So you got to take that into consideration also. That's why he like what Priest said. He's probably defending the situation because he knew. I believe he knew it was going down. Like he ain't stupid.
But can I say this real quick though? It's like it. Chris Rock didn't say nothing about her entanglement. He made a joke about her alopecia, man. And stuff like that is kind of dumb because Chris Rock got a brother, man. They from New York. Chris Rock, brother Tony Rock, he ain't got a lot to lose like Chris Rock. What if they decide to do something to Will Smith because of that? You know what I'm saying? Then you open up a whole can of worms because some stuff that you could have just said. Let me check this dude backstage. King David could have killed Saul anytime he felt like it, but he didn't do it because he knew that was his brother. Even though they was enemies, that was still his kinsman.
Salakia, real quick. I got the link up there. Will did confirm it that they had open marriage.
Yeah, they did have an open marriage, man. Right? I heard about that when I used to party promote in New York, and Jada Will slid up in the party and went into the VIP, and then a bunch of groupies followed them. I was like, shit, like Jada ain't gonna trip about that. I've been heard they had an open marriage. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but like Priest Ayala said, I heard Will Smith too was dibbling dabbling with male and female. You know that old Hollywood life. You know what I'm saying? But see, this brings me to the point now where is why didn't he have that type of same energy for August then? If August was the one that spilled the beans and caused this whole situation to explode and blow up the spot between him and his wife, where was that energy when it came to August? You know what I'm saying? Why did it have to go to Chris Rock? And then on the other hand, you know, what brother Marabah, what he just mentioned, David and King Saul. Right, David had plenty of opportunities to take out King Saul, but he ain't want to do that to his brother. And David, man, he could have did Saul dirty a few times. Especially, y'all know David, y'all. He was a killer. He used to kill the heathen for fun. You know what I'm saying? David killed 10,000. So that was a good point too. You know, the brothers want to build on that. I see Brother Quadia Asha on stage. Shalom, King. You want to build on the subject?
Hey, shalom, shalom. I just had like a little caveat to add on it. So I feel like Will is justified. Salaki got the kids. Hunter, quiet down. I feel like Will was justified in a sense about it because putting his wife on a public spotlight. Hey, y'all go in the room. Um, but it's like I feel like it was just like the brother said, it wasn't like he spoke about her personal life. He made a light joke, but I also feel like he just took that opportunity because it's Chris Rock. Like he's that guy. Because I mean, remember a few years ago on I think it was like this round table talk with Chris Rock and these comedians. Louis C.K. was throwing around the N word, like. So I think it's like a respect issue with Chris Rock. It's like people just feel like he's that guy that you could get over on. That I'm a yo.
I have no idea about that situation either. So someone was calling Chris Rock or just saying the N word around him, thinking he just ain't gonna do nothing. Like people in Hollywood know that Chris Rock ain't gonna fight, right?
Con. This was like maybe about 3-4 years ago. It was like Louis C.K., Jerry Seinfeld. It was a bunch of these SNL alumni people. Like they just had like a reunion, round table talk, and Louis C.K. was just firing nigga, 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 nigga. Even like Seinfeld looked like it was like he ain't want no parts of it, like. But Chris Rock was just sitting there, like you could see he was uncomfortable, but he was still smiling, like still playing the good nigga on TV.
Oh damn, man. I know he shows in his show everybody hates Chris that he ain't no fighter. But then like the brother was bringing out, he do got a brother that would probably be willing to defend him. And what if he catch Will Smith slipping on a red carpet one day? You know what I'm saying? And then what? What does that lead to, man? I just gotta say, and while we still got, our sisters on stage, I just gotta say, women, y'all have no idea the power y'all got. Listen, speaking as a husband, man, you know what I'm saying? Your husbands, your men, your fathers, your brothers will defend you to death, right? But please don't put these people in a situation where it's like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, I know I'm gonna have to mess around and hurt somebody now because she done wild out. And now my name in the mud and her name in the mud. And now I'm probably gonna have to do something out here in these streets or you know what I'm saying, just publicly to get people off our back, Because you know how our people are. We know how this world is, especially right now with the internet and the meme generation. Yeah, your woman, whether it be your wife or your sister, she get caught doing the wrong thing. That's an embarrassment to the whole family. Definitely. We got to make sure we watch what we doing out here. Okay.
Con.
Yeah, but just to reset the room, this your kosher breakfast. Half the skillet, come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. You know when you hear it, and the heathen fears it. Because every morning, brothers bring them swords out. Let you know what the law about. And turn the clubhouse into the Lord's house. We're going to bring it out. If you haven't already, on the top of your screen, click that little green house. Follow the Crown of Thorns and the other platforms attached. We got HY to the Chariots Fly, the Man Up Show, God First Gang, etc., etc. Because you're building a major platform where His word is coming out 24/7, 365, pushing the gospel through your Wi-Fi, pushing positive vibes to the 12 tribes till Yahweh Shah crack the sky. All praises to the Most High. Right? This is your kosher breakfast, and today's topic is Will Smith slaps Chris Rock. But is that Leviticus 19 and 18? Let's
Hey,
talk
Sharpar, random
about
random history question for you. Is Zavak ever tell you guys that they used to be in the school with the House of David? Not Chris, but he got two. He got two other brothers. You know, he used to be in the school, right? Did Zavak ever tell you that?
Nah, he never mentioned that to me.
Yeah, they used to be in the House of David. hmm And
Wow.
they, and we used to always try to tell him, yo, when is Chris gonna come around? He's like, they would bring him, but so I'm basically saying he knows the truth. Just random. It's not really the topic, but it's random. He knows the truth because his brothers was in the school for at least, I want to say, a good 2 years until we had to split at the House of David. But like from the time we left One West, we went down there. They was up in there for a couple of years, and then when that school broke off, they broke off, and I really don't know whatever happened after that. But for a period of time, both his brothers was in the truth. Like I'm talking about street teaching, everything. It's a fact, you know. Anyway, that was random.
Yeah, but that's some good information, man. That's some good information to know. And a lot of people, especially when I run into brothers that say they fell off after 2000. A lot of brothers, they still practice, but they just don't go out and teach. You know what I'm saying? Because of whatever situations they got going on in their lives. When I meet brothers like that, I like to encourage them to get back out there and continue the word because we got a lot more work to do. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, there are brothers that still uh, you know secretly, I would say secretly keeping the holy days. But in front of everybody that they know they living a normal life. But like Yahweh Shah say, man, you gotta let your light shine before men and don't deny him before men, because he'll deny you before the Father. So we definitely gotta be careful with that, man. Gotta stay 10 toes down. Yeah, but that's some good information. I had no idea about that.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember because there was several splits at the House of David. I'm trying to remember which regime that they left with. And of course, I think that's kind of why they fell out because I'm sure you guys already heard a lot of the chaos that was happening in the late '90s into early 2000s in Israel when all the splits started happening, and they got sucked into one of them. But yeah, for a couple of years, them brothers was in the truth, and they told us they was trying to work on him, but he never came around. The love of this world, the love of money, the love of the fame. He couldn't do what his brothers were doing.
And
But
he
yeah,
got and he
random.
got a Moabite wife, right?
Yeah. But maybe things would have, turned out different if he had took heed to the word. You know what I'm saying? Maybe things would have been different for him, but it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't meant for him. But I just say that so y'all can know that it's not a if he knows the truth. He knows the Israelites. He knows the truth because his brothers was teaching for a few years, so he definitely knows. A lot of people, a lot of people do. A lot of people pass through the doors at old schools back in the days, man. A lot of people.
And then he probably should know better. That's a joking on his brother's wife because that Leviticus 19 and 18 goes both ways, man. He probably wouldn't like no one joking on his wife. That's probably why he stayed away from the truth too, because he probably didn't want nobody calling his wife a Moabite. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that love thy neighbor as thyself. Maybe he should have been joking on Will Smith's wife, especially if Maccabee said if he heard her situation and she not feeling well. With that I yield.
Salaki, I just want to say that him and his wife, they divorced, so he's not with the Moabite anymore. But I think that was probably judgment because he even shaved his face. So if he would have kept his beard, that slap probably would have cushioned that slap. So he kept that smooth baby, that smooth booty face, and you know what you do with a booty, you smack it.
Right? Oh, booty face dude, man, crazy, right? But on another note, right? So on one hand, on the media, when Kanye, because I had a rumor about Kanye, when Kanye wants to try to save his marriage and he's going hard. You know, to try to talk to Kim, and he's going hard to get this white boy away from his wife, Pete Davidson, right? Like to the point where he's on Instagram saying stuff and this, that, and the third. Kanye's the bad guy. Like they telling Kanye he can't come to the Grammys, he can't come here, he can't come there. Because he's quote unquote harassing. You know what I'm saying, his woman, because she wants to move on with this other guy. On one hand, Kanye is the bad guy because he wants to save his marriage. You know what I'm saying? And all he does is talk against the white boy. He even put hands on him. He talks against him. Kanye's labeled the bad guy and unstable. You know what I'm saying? To be having interviews asking people around him if they think that, he's mentally stable and is Kim Kardashian and Pete Davidson safe. Everybody makes a big deal about that. But now when Will Smith actually walks up and slaps a man physically, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's saying he's a hero. Why is it two different circumstances?
I mean, to answer that, I just think because Kanye going against the white boy. You know what I'm saying? And for the with Will going against his own brother, that's applaud going against your own brother because again, they love to see brothers tear each other down. And again, as far as black folks, I don't care what nobody say. I don't feel no type of way about it, but we should not be applauding what Will Smith did, man. It was a way that you could have done that to be like, you serious about your wife, but hey, don't play with her. But you didn't have to hit that man like that. Because again, we're trained we won't do that to the white man, but we'll do that to our own brother quickly. And with that, I yield.
Yeah, I mean, let's get some more you know, let's get some more comments on that situation. So, Maccabees, what you think is worse, man? Somebody joking on your wife or somebody, smashing your wife? Which one is worse, King? Mac, you there? Maccabees probably caught up. Y'all can hear me though, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Maybe he's not by phone.
Con, con.
I got
Probably
a
caught up doing
question.
something.
Y'all
Go
can
ahead, King.
educate. Y'all can educate me because the brother's not on the stage. But Ben said in the chat that Will was wicked how he went about getting Jada, and in return she made him an embarrassment in public. So that's a story I don't know. What did he do to get her? Like when they first got together, he did something wicked to get her. Like what did he do? Because that part of the story I don't know.
King better be having that news, man. That morning brew news, man. I don't know
Gotta put
about
us
it.
on.
He got to come on stage and put us
Yeah,
on, man.
King, put us on, bro.
Well, Will
I
Smith did cheat on his wife for Jada.
Talk about that and how Jada slept with one of the members of Chris Cross when he was 14.
I know another thing that's embarrassing is the fact that she pretty much has said publicly in not so many words that the real love of her life is Tupac. Can you imagine you have a wife and she goes on record saying that the love of her life is somebody else, regardless of the fact that he's deceased? But damn, man, you could have kept that to yourself. But I definitely want to know what he did wicked to get her, because apparently he did something wicked too to get her. And the brother saying the Most High is visiting that sin upon him by her shaming him the way she's doing. I would love to hear about that. I don't know if the brother's still in the room or not. No, I don't see him. He's probably getting ready to start his room. But yeah, if anybody else knows that story, bring it out.
It wasn't nothing wicked. It
Slovakia.
just, go ahead, sister.
I don't know that story, but I do know that Will Smith said that he never really could, like Tupac because of Jada, because of the relationship they had, and that Jada never wanted to get married. It was her mother that made her get married when she got pregnant. I yield.
You know what's so funny? Was there a song out called "Will and Jada Love" or something? That's a phrase a lot of black people use. But as we begin to unpack Will and Jada, like a lot of our people used to look at that as the standard for black love. I'm sure y'all have heard that phrase. I think it may have even been a song or something. I don't know if it was,
That
but
real love, that Jada and Will love.
yeah. Now that goes to show you now that's really now getting back to the Bible. That really is a curse that the couple that a lot of our people looked up to as a standard for black people was really a whole mess the whole time. That's a curse, man.
Slovakia.
Yeah. Go ahead, sis.
Um, they're referred to as a power couple in Alicia Keys' song "Untouchable." So yeah.
Wow.
But Con, if I can, select it. If I can, or what you talking about to refer what he did wicked was, so with his first wife, with his first son, she was pregnant. And when he, when she gave birth to a child, it's kind of like Will left her to go be with Jada Pinkett. And I think that was around the time, because you know who Dwayne Martin is. He's been linked to Will Smith too. They been having an ongoing sexual thing going on too, because Tisha Campbell, the one who played Gina, she kind of outed him and said, he been, he's like Will Smith lab dog in a way. So, you know,
Hey, King, you in the
Starting to
Matrix.
break it up.
Salakia, yeah, that's why Tisha Campbell and him got divorced because of Will Smith. She found out that they had been creeping behind the scenes for years.
See that? That's that open marriage, y'all. That's that open marriage that they have. That's why he's not tripping because most of us men, right, will be like, if your wife is out there doing and the things that Jada's doing publicly and saying, like most men will, will be tripping. And most men are wondering why does he have such a bland reaction? And it's really because of this stuff. Like he do what he do on the side too. I forget. He made a movie with sister, 10 Tribe sister. I forget who it was. He was sleeping with her. That was years ago, and they were sleeping together too. It was like an open secret. So Will been doing him for years. That's why he don't give a damn. It just was never supposed to come out. You know what I'm saying? And the young boy caught some feelings, made a song, made an album, and now all of a sudden now you're really being shamed publicly. You know what I'm saying? Because what people were speculating on privately for years is like really now like a known fact. So it changes the whole energy of the situation. And that's why people need the law, statutes, and commandments. We got to bring everything back to the Bible. Because look at how we forget about the Esau. Look at how we as black people are living when we ain't governed by God's laws. Just out here being homosexuals, lesbians, open marriages, just doing all types of crazy stuff. And your kids come out, you know what I'm saying, already to show both of their countenances. It's like the roles are reversed. The boy looks effeminate and the girl looks masculine. It's a whole mess. It's really sad, and that's what happens when we're separated from the Most High's law, statutes, and commandments as a whole. And that's why they give us people like this is for us to look up to. And all black people are gonna see is him slapping Chris Rock, quote unquote, defending his wife, and now look at the train wreck that is their life and their marriage that's been this way in front of all of us for years, and not analyze why that is. It's like a cautionary tale of what not to do. You see what I'm saying?
Salaki, I was off for a little minute. But I think all this celebrity lifestyle marriages are all cursed, man, because I believe they all sleeping around with everybody, including the husband. you know I don't believe a wife is really going to respect her husband after she know he's sleeping with dudes. Like, it's just crazy, and then allowing her to do the same thing. It's like what's the point in even being married at that point? It's like it's no respect there.
See, here's the thing.
Con.
Not to be funny. Here's the thing. He probably, like I said, we all speculate that he already knew that the young dude was messing with his wife. He probably didn't care because he didn't have to deal with it because he had his boyfriends and whatever the hell he was doing, right? He didn't want her no way, so he's probably cool with it. It just wasn't supposed to come out, and that's what's messed up about it.
Yeah, that's why I said there's no respect in them kind of relationships. It's like, what's the point in even having that kind of marriage? That's all toxic at the end of the day. So I mean, to let your wife, like as men, we supposed to be territorial. We're not supposed to let your wife just do anything or be moving any kind of way. You know, and we see that even in scripture. So for to let your wife run around the same any kind of way, and then you sleeping with men at that, and then she knows you sleeping with men, like that's a curse right there. Like that's all curse. And like I said, they into this celebrity lifestyle. That's what comes with that. So I wouldn't anybody that's glorifying celebrity lifestyle marriage, is a damn fool.
Khan, that he got the role for um, what is that? The Fresh Prince from Benny Medina. And the only reason why he got the part is because he slept with Benny Medina. They've had a long, ongoing relationship as well.
Salakia, it's all corruption, man, and that's the reason why it's going down like the way it's going down.
And then there's always the stories we all know and probably have heard, especially those of us that are a little bit older. We all know about the stories about Quincy Jones and a lot of things that he's touched and been a part of, which includes Will Smith too. Um,
Khan.
a lot of those people wind up being. If we start running down a list of all the people that Quincy Jones was instrumental in their career, a lot of these dudes also have the rumors of being homosexuals swirling around them as well. And Will Smith is one of them. I think Usher's another. There's a bunch. There's a bunch.
And not to mention Chris Cross and a bunch of other young singers. They destroy all these little kids' life, man. All of them and got enter into Hollywood, come out with a whole lot of you know.
Elder Terrell in the building. What's going on, King?
Shalom, shalom,
Shalom, Elder.
Hello, Mary.
shalom, shalom.
Hey, Shalom, Elder.
Yeah, shalom.
Shalom.
If I've run into since I've been in this truth, I've run into a lot of brothers and sisters that have told me that they were a few steps short of signing a record deal, or they were actors or different things, and just things just didn't pan out quite for you in time before you learn this truth. And once you learn this truth, you never continue down that path. And that was just the Most High's way of like saving you from that life, because we all hear the horror stories, man. We all hear the horror stories of what goes on in Hollywood. And every year before, right around the time of like the Oscars or the Grammys and stuff like that, you'll always hear about somebody dying, and just mysteriously they die in their hotel room of a quote unquote overdose. And it's the same shit they keep doing a ritual in front of our faces, and people ain't paying attention. That's how Whitney Houston died. You had this white boy that just died from the Foo Fighters, the same way in his hotel room of overdose. That's how Pimp C died, and the list goes on and on. It's be the same ritual over and over again, year in and year out, right in front of our face, and we don't see it. So just count it as a blessing when the Most High brings you into this truth, and you didn't reach the pinnacle of those things, because what would you have be or become if you had seen those things, much less participated in those things? You see what I'm saying? You're in the best place you could be by being in this truth. You didn't lose anything, right? You, if anything, you gained. Like Paul said in Philippians, I believe it's chapter 2, he counts it all but dung for Christ, Yahweh Shai. And that's how you have to look at whatever you could have achieved in the music industry or Hollywood. It's all vanity, man, at the end of the day, you know. And when they're ready to do, expose you and bring you down, that's what they're gonna do. You know what I'm saying? So Most High saves you from that. You can make righteous truth music, and Israel will support you. So you still can make music. You ain't gotta stop.
Man, God, I was just about to say that. You ain't got to stop doing your music, but one, all the scriptures is great. One of the greatest scriptures was profound. I say that the most profound scriptures is, what does it profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? You know, that scripture right there sums it up. You could gain the world, but at the end of the day, you're gonna lose your soul. You know, you're gonna lose your integrity. You're gonna lose, you know, your inner soul as far as degrading yourself to do what you have to do to get fame. You know, many times Yahweh Shah told you, says man is not known in the abundance of the things he possesses. You know what I mean? So you want to keep your spirit, you want to keep your soul, you want to keep that, so that you can make it into the kingdom of heaven. You don't want to do things for riches. It's gonna stop your salvation. And a lot of times, you know, this is what it does. You can't be lukewarm. Either you're gonna serve your Hawashai, the Most High and your Hawashai, you're gonna serve the devil. It ain't no in between. So when you go into the music industry, it's just a lot of things are just based on you and them liking you to get certain things and to get certain positions or get your music played. You got to play to feel like they got to like you. You got to go to the parties. A lot of times you got to sniff the coke. You got to indulge in these orgies, and you got to become part of them. It's just bigger than just you being a great musician. It's where you fit in, and that's when it's determined. Are you gonna lose your soul for riches? So there's a lot of things involved. But you know, I knew, I just knew, man. I was saying, I bet this was gonna be the topic. Like I just knew this was gonna be the topic. And land my plane.
Um, real quick, I got to run because I'm at work. I want to read a scripture, but I want to ask you something real quick, Tara. Do you remember when Chris Rock's brothers used to come to the house of David? Do you remember that?
You know what, Daniela? I I've heard that, Daniela. I was just telling the people that I've heard that.
Yeah.
They went to the house of David when Marshall was there.
When Marshall was still alive, they used to come around to the house of David, and then when the split happened, they kind of fell out. But they was around for a couple of years. Yeah. 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 All right. Well, that's not
Uh,
important. Let me read the scripture real quick, Salaki Akim, and then I'm gonna fall back for a little while. I got a call at work. I got to take care of something. So, um, this is the book of Luke, chapter 4. Everybody knows the story about when Christ went into the wilderness and was tempted. So let's just get right to the point. We're going to read verse 5. Luke chapter 4, verse 5. It says, and the devil taking him up into an high mountain showed unto him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. Verse 6. And the devil said unto him, all this power will I give thee, and the glory of them, for that is delivered unto me, and to whomsoever I will I give it. If thou wilt worship me, all shall be thine. So a lot of times, the Most High, Satan is the prince of the air and the God of this world right now. The Most High is allowing Esau is the physical manifestation of Satan, right? And they're controlling everything. And a lot of times, some of our people have such a lust and a desire to be famous and be rich and be renowned that the Most High sometimes, as pursuant to Romans chapter 1, will give them over to their lusts. And they not realizing that by being given over to their lust, they're actually worshiping Satan in a roundabout way. Some of them actually know, you know what I'm saying? They actually know that they're worshiping Satan, right? But some of them really don't until it is too late. Even people that we love, right? I ask myself all the time. I use somebody that we all, know that passed away recently, like DMX. Like when you look at the album covers of DMX, them joints is Masonic, man. That laying down in a bathtub full of blood is a Masonic ritual. So I ask myself all the time, this dude was pushing all that Christianity. Did he actually know what he was doing? And if he did, was getting a record deal that important to lose your soul? And then look how you went out. Look how you died, right? So a lot of our people have that lust and desire that they'll stop at nothing and do anything to get there, and that's really being given to them by Satan. That's what's happening. You see what I'm saying? So, and we see it that manifest in the actions of the people that are there. They're doing all like Tehran Sister RT said. These people are doing all types of things in Hollywood, man. I mean, come on, we've all heard the term casting couch. Y'all know what happens on the casting couch? What you think is just women that be on the casting couch is men. Before you even get your first big role, you got to get on the couch, right? That's a real thing, and people do it, right? We hear all these stories about a lot of these rappers and things that they did to get on with these record executives, right? If you haven't, I'm gonna land my plane right here. If you and this is not rumor or speculation. So in your free time when you have a chance, some of you brothers will know what I'm talking about, right? There was one of my favorite rappers of all time because he was a real nigga was Pimp C. When you get a chance, I want you to go and listen to that interview that Pimp C did on Atlanta radio before they found him in a hotel, dead, right? And he exposed everybody. I mean, everybody. Puffy, Jermaine Dupri, Jay Prince, everybody. He said everybody in the industry is gay, and he said he don't give a damn who don't like it. He's telling, and then conveniently he winds up dead. You see what I'm saying? So it's a crazy thing, man. Like I said, and all that is being governed by Satan. And you have to get into these satanic acts, which includes homosexual acts and everything, to make it to the top. It ain't based on your town, like Ella Tara said. Please, you can go to a local club in your town on a Saturday night after the Sabbath and listen to a live band, and you'll hear the lead singer more talented than Beyonce, more talented than Alicia Keys or anybody else that you want to name. Definitely more talented than Ciara. She can't even sing. But that woman never made it, or that brother never made it because they weren't willing to, bend over. Let's just say it that way. They weren't willing to give their soul over to Satan. But that's who's controlling this world right now and the industry at the very top. We fight against spiritual wickedness in high places pursuant to the scriptures. But with that, I yield. I'll check back in a little bit later. I got to go take care of something.
Shalom,
Shalom, priest.
somebody give me somebody Mac, you there, Mac?
Con,
Maccabees.
con, I'm here.
Can you give me Revelations 3:17?
Con,
I'll read it again. I read it earlier yesterday because it's very important. I know conspiracy people will come up. They got me talking. It wasn't real. It was set up. Going, and who's to know? You know what I mean? Because they do things like that sometimes. But I'm gonna say this: in this time, we gotta understand what's going on, man. These people that got money, we think their lives are so great because they got money. See, the perception is the biggest thing. What people perceive you as. It's what people want to be known for. They real life is different. But if you can fool people, they can perceive you as your life is so great. This is what people like to do. The whole American itself, the whole American dream is perception. People, it's what people believe. America itself is based on a big lie. But they got to do that because they got to have everybody coming over here. So they got to believe that America is great and America is this dream. And this is what you get when you come over here. It's just a land of gold. Which in reality is the same thing. It's the same thing. You gotta give up your soul and your integrity to get success. You know. But these rich people now they're gonna start to break down. You're going to see a lot of this going on. You're going to see them breaking down. So to think that it can't happen, everything is staged, is a lie. You're going to see people break down in front of your eyes. Because Will Smith, that was a breakdown. He broke down because after he started crying and started saying about how the devil messes with you and all of this, because what? He's breaking down in the spirit. So read that. Read Revelations 3:17.
con. Revelations chapter 3, verse 17. Because thou sayest, I am rich, and
See that?
increaseth with
Because I say
goods.
that, Rich. Stop right there, Mac. Read that again, Mac.
Because thou sayest, I am rich, and
Because I say I'm rich. Come on.
and increaseth with goods,
And they think they got everything. They increase in goods. They got all the money. Read on.
and have need of nothing,
And they think they don't have need of nothing. Read on.
and knowest not that thou art wretched
Thou art wretched. Come on.
and miserable and poor,
And miserable. Stop, Mac. Miserable. Why? Because you don't have the spirit of the Most High, Yahweh Shai. The man is confused. He saw that. He smacked him. Then he started crying at the end. But he's giving in his speech and talking about how the devil is by his side or something. He said because he's confused, he's miserable. He don't have the spirit of Yahweh Shai. Even though he has money, but he does his spirit is not right. Therefore, he's dealing with impulse. It's a lot of confusion with him. That's why he smacked the man because what? He felt like the man was disrespecting his wife because this has been tormenting him. All right. He has been tormented with a lot of things. His wife exposed a lot of things in the public on him. So therefore he was challenged. His masculinity was challenged. He had to do something to get back in grace with his wife because his wife probably don't even respect him because he's dealing probably in homosexuality and these type of things that he's doing because his first 6 degree of separation, his first movie, which Denzel Washington told him he don't have to do that, he'd get a gay seed. So ever since then, he has compromised his integrity. So now this man disrespects him in front of his wife, and he has to prove that he's a man. You see what I'm saying? Because he's been disrespected. His whole business has been out there. His wife has spoke about his love life. You see what I'm saying? Read on, Matt.
and poor and
And
blind
poor. Poor now, just talking about rich. So how can you be poor? Poor spiritually. Poor spiritually. And poor spiritually. Come on.
and blind and naked
And blind. How's he blind? Is he blind physically? No, he's blind spiritually. Come on.
and naked
And naked. Does he have clothes on? Yeah, he have clothes. But sin. Naked in sin. Blind because he doesn't know the kingdom of heaven. He doesn't know how to get to the kingdom of heaven. He doesn't know himself. Or even if he heard about the truth, he's not doing it. You see what I'm saying? So all type of his spirit is weaker. So now that's why you get the confusion and he's crying and breaking down. Read on.
verse 18. I counsel
So
thee
stop
by
right there, Matt. So stop right there. So he acted on impulse, which a lot of us do. A lot of us act on impulse instead of letting our wisdom overtake us, man. So that was his reaction. His reaction was right then and there. And this man disrespected me in front of people. And now I got to disrespected my wife. And now I got to prove myself. And that's why you see that reaction. You see what I'm saying? And because like I said, he's been disrespected before by his wife. You know what I mean? Open relationships and all type of stuff and his sexual life and all that messes with a man's ego. All that messes with a man's ego. So now he had to prove himself by, slapping Chris Rock, which is, Chris Rock is just like a $150, little skinny dude. He's from Brooklyn, but so what? In that case. You know what I mean? Everybody from Brooklyn ain't the wildest dude. So it is what it is. Is that yeah.
con,
Gone. Real quick, Maccabees. Let me add to what the elder brought out. It's a great scripture, man. All right. And I think Maccabees brought this earlier. These celebrities, their whole lifestyle is a bunch of lies and deception and illusion of happiness, right? Um, and bunch of wickedness, man. I mean, for him to even allow that type of relationship, why would anybody be why would anybody feel bad for him in his situation now? I don't feel bad. not at all, because he wasn't a wise man, right? He was a wicked nigga. That's all. That's what he was, straight up and down. Let's call it what it is. You know what I mean? Yeah, we see what's going on now. You know, that's playing out. Of course, we don't like it because it makes us look bad as a nation of people. But at the same time, he brought this upon his own head, man. Ak, if you don't mind, let me get Proverbs 13. We're gonna start at the fifth verse.
Con.
I'm gonna read a couple of verses real quick. Y'all.
13 and 5, right?
Nah, yeah, 13 and 5. We're gonna read 5, 6, and 7.
Con. This is this is Proverbs chapter 13, verse 5. A righteous man hate lying, but a wicked man is slothsome and come to shame.
Cometh to shame, right? So it says a righteous man hated lying, right? Any form of it, right? Even your lifestyle being that a damn lie, right? It says, but a wicked man is loathsome and cometh to shame. That's exactly what's is coming upon his own head, right? Big old shame is on him. Right? All this really is all women worship, man. Right now, he's trying to fix the problems that he started on his own self, right? Trying to act, even if it's an act, whatever it is, even if it's real, whatever. Either way, don't look good. Either way you look at it, right? Read on, verse 8.
Verse 8. The ransom of a man's life.
Salakia, verse 6. Verse 6, Salakia.
Con. Verse 6. The righteousness keepeth him that is upright in the way, but wickedness overthrown the sinner.
Right. And the elder brought this up, man. A man in these last days shall be gauged by the way he lives his life, how righteous he is, and how he keeps the law, statutes, and commandments of the Heavenly Father. Right? That's the type of men that are going to be extremely important. Not men like Will Smith and all these other celebrities that a lot of our people look up to, man. Right? It says, him that is upright in his way, that's a righteous man, man. Right? But the wickedness overthroweth the sinner. Right? So we don't want to be wicked, man, in our ways, because guess what? It's going to overthrow you and you're going to lose at the end, right? Verse 7.
There is that maketh himself rich, yet has nothing.
Yet have
Th-
what?
Yet has nothing.
Yet had nothing. That's what the elder brought up in Revelations 3 and 17, man. All these riches, right? You would think that they're happy, right? But they're spiritually empty, right? They're spiritually bankrupt, right? True happiness doesn't come from money, doesn't come from the love of money, man. True happiness comes from you connecting with your power, right? That's when you get true happiness, man. All those riches and they're still miserable. All those riches and he has no wisdom, right? Can't control his kids. His kids are damn demons, right? They're all playing reverse roles. The boy want to be a girl. The girl want to be a boy, right? His son is a damn disgrace, man, right? You have a son. He should be an imitation of you, man, of strength, of integrity, right? Of righteousness, not a damn homosexual sodomite that don't know who the hell he is and want to cross dress every day, right? Hold that and give me our Proverbs. Let's go to Proverbs 17 and 25 real quick. All
Con,
right. Hold that in Proverbs. We're going to stay in Proverbs. Let's go to 17 and 25 real quick. And
con,
after this, we'll wrap up the other verse and I'm going to yield.
con. This is Proverbs chapter 17, verse 25. A foolish son is a grief to his father,
Is it what?
is a grief to his father.
That's exactly what his son is. A damn grief to him. And this is what happened when you give too much liberty to your children, man. Right? You want to be their friends and hang out with them, right? Then be a father and an instructor to them. To shame. They try to sell that illusion of them being happy as a family, right? They power couple bullshit, right? Don't pay attention to none of that nonsense, man. If they're not following the ways of the Most High, guess what? They're evil in their house. There are a lot of things that they hide from people, right? Tiger Woods tried to do the same thing. It's a whole bunch of other celebrities try to keep their lives private, right? But the Most High is revealing every wickedness that they do, and it's a light, man. You can only hide that for so long, right? His children are a bunch of shame to me, man. Right? It's horrible. Of course, we don't like that. We pray for them because they are people of our nation. We hope and pray that the Most High will have mercy on them, right, and wake them up and bring them to the light. But guess what? If the Most High don't want that, there's nothing we can do about it. All we can do is look at their lives as an example of what not to do, what not to follow. Right? Finish that out. Art.
And bitterness to her that bear him.
Right. And bitterness to her that bear him, man. Right. So a foolish son is a grief to his father. And a lot of it is because what? Will Smith did not teach his children the way to go. He didn't train them the right way, right? He was okay with everything they want to be, right? They want to look and they want to be this and oh, it's creative, it's new age, that's what the kids are. He goes with everything. You're a wicked father if you allow that to happen. You actually hate your son if you don't raise them right according to the scripture. You hate them. You do not love them. I don't care how much toys you buy them. I don't care how much you hang out with them, take them to parks. I don't care. You actually hate your children. All right? Israel, you taking your son and spoiling them or your daughter with money and things, that's not love. All right? Let's finish out Proverbs 13, verse 7, Baba Shah.
Con.
You can start from the top, on 7.
Con. Proverbs 13:7. There is that maketh himself rich, yet has nothing. There is that maketh himself poor, yet has great riches.
Right. And this is all spiritual, man. Right? This is not literal in both sense. This can go two ways, but it's really talking more on the spiritual end of things, man. Right? We are rich spiritual. When you keep in this law, statutes, and commandments, obeying the most high power, you have faith in Christ, right? You have the spirit of Christ in you, man. Guess what? You are extremely rich, man. You are extremely rich and you're wiser than all these so-called celebrities that they try to make our leaders and examples that we should follow. All right. But with that, I'm gonna yield. This is a great topic, man. Like I said, it could go either way on it. Some people think it's fake, some people think it's real. But either way, man, it doesn't make us look good as a nation. And it really gets into that Leviticus 19, man, and 18 heavy. But with that, I'm gonna yield.
Real quick. I mean, that's the thing, though. That's why I said I already know it. Like, people is gonna say it's fake. Like, there's people just think everything is like a setup. Everything that goes on is fake, and I'm not saying, like you said, it could be fake, it could be real, but we got to understand what time we in, man. Like, these guys is not gonna be planning everything. You see what I'm saying? Like, the Most High gonna cause them to do things that's just gonna be at the spur of the moment. You know what I mean? And they're real people. You know what I mean? They feel a way when you disrespect them. They feel a certain way like anybody else. So this narrative that everything that's done is a setup and everything is done is controlled by the Illuminati. And listen, we got to remember this, man, that the Most High controls everybody, man. The Illuminati don't control everything. Illuminati doesn't plan everything. Everything ain't planned. You know what I mean? Sometimes at the end of the day, men is going to go up against men. Men going to have beef with each other. You know what I mean? So before brothers just, run with it, it's faked and it's planned, and watch all the YouTube videos where they're showing that Will Smith really didn't hit him, and Chris, before brothers run with this a lot of time, just understand that this is the breakdown that's going to happen, man. This is how you're going to see them breaking down. This is how you're going to see the rich breaking down. This is how you're going to see things happening because the Lord is working, man. The Most High is working. You know what I mean? Scriptures tell you in Isaiah 19, it says brother against brother, brother against brother. You see what I'm saying? So just understand that.
Salakia. Also, one thing I wanted to add on to that, I mean, Will Smith kind of do a lot of those gay things with his son on TV. You know, like I see it for myself. I was watching and I couldn't believe
Con,
our father was doing this type of shit to his son. Like, I mean, see, you know, Hollywood is just a wicked place, man. I have to say I respect all you brothers on here on the street kind of teaching because that's how I got woken up, and I will forever respect you brothers, man. And I just, you know, you guys need to know that yo, listen, it's a complete different world than that world that we're talking about right out there. I mean, a man gonna have other man going in on his wife, allowing that kind of stuff, and what? There's no righteousness in that. That's evil and wicked, man. That's the left, you know. That's foolishness. So, I mean, at the end of the day, this is what comes with the territory. This kind of all this mix up and confusion. You know, see, that's all it is confusion and mix up, whether it be true or fake. I mean, it's enough for us to talk about, and the people running with it all over the place. Like it's confusion and disgraceful, man. I mean, it's there's no honor in it. So I mean, at the end of the day, man, I respect all you brothers for bringing out the truth every day and just doing the work you're doing. And I mean, you know, we're just a different world, man. We're definitely set apart, man. So I mean, just I have to commend you brothers because you woke me up. You know, what I mean, I'm able to teach my children the right way to live. I understand because before that I was out in the world running around watching Hollywood and even thinking about you know, doing a thing or two there. And I'm just glad that I got woken up and realized where the hell I was, man, before I get swept away in the storm. You know what I mean? So respect to all you brothers, all you elders. You know what I mean? There's so much, so I wouldn't even want to start calling names, man. But I'm just saying, there's so much brothers that I respect to the maximum, you know. So I mean, at the end of the day, you know, what I mean, hopefully these brothers, you know, get their life right, man. Will Smith and Chris Rock and them, you know, get out of Hollywood and come to the truth and just serve God, man, the right way. Otherwise, they're gonna be destroyed, and that's just a simple fact. So, I mean, you know, I'll land my plane.
con. Yeah.
Okay,
So,
real quick, Maccabees, hold on. KP, the Most High gets the glory. Go ahead, Maccabees.
Hey,
con,
Salaki, before Maccabees go, I did put up the PTR of Will Smith kissing his son on the mouth too. Let's not forget about that.
con. That's exactly what I was gonna bring up too, because as Irie was bringing out the scriptures and proverbs, it just clicked in my head how he's talking about how, you know, all this protection and protecting his family, but then he goes out and he puts his son to an open shame, kissing him in the mouth. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, that's like a contradiction right there. Like where was you protecting your son, you know, when Hollywood or the powers that be were forcing you to do these things and to exploit your son that way? Because we all know that's what it is. Hollywood, the powers that be is using him to exploit his son, you know what I'm saying, into this homosexual lifestyle. So it's like, you know, so it's a contradiction there because you're saying you protect your family, but then you got your boy looking like a girl, you know what I'm saying, doing girlish things, you know, and you got your daughter looking masculine. So it's like where's the protection there? Because if you're gonna protect your family, you're supposed to protect your children from that. You know what I'm saying? Keep them from them things. So, you know, it's just a contradiction. But I'm glad you posted that up right there, because if people look, if y'all click on that, y'all will see him kissing his son in the mouth, and his son looked there uncomfortable, like he didn't even want to have nothing to do with that, but he was forcing it on him.
Yeah, now currently his son is saying that Tyler, the creator, is his boyfriend.
God,
Done
Hey,
turned
Maccabees, that's a
son.
great point, man. Salakia, Shalpa, go ahead.
No, I just had that to say. He done turned out his own son. But go ahead, King.
Right, Khan. Yeah, just to add on to what Maccabees brought out. Yeah, he's the one that, you know, this is why you got to be careful, man, how you raise your children, right? This is why every man in our nation, we really got to come back to the scriptures. I'm telling you, it does wonders to your way of thinking, man. It really does. How you raise your children, how you treat your own brothers and sisters, how you serve the Most High God, how you function, even how you breathe, man. Like the air smells different to me just from reading the damn scriptures, man. Right? Everything changes in your soul and in your mind, right? Israel, we got to come back to this, man. This is the only thing that can save us as a nation. Nothing else. Nothing else. Will Smith basically put that damn spirit on his own son, that demon, and didn't even know it, man. Right? You can cause your own children to err and fall into wickedness, especially as a father, man, because they look up to you. And you over there, he's over there forcing his son to kiss him. And a lot of it is precious from this society, man, telling him that it's okay for him to be like that and be like that with his own son. I don't tolerate that, man. Yes, I hug my son, but there's certain things I will never do with my son. I don't care how much I love him. I'm not doing none of that. I don't need to do that to show him, oh yeah, I love him. It's madness, man.
Khan. And Ari, thanks for correcting me on that. All praises to the Most High. Yeah, I gotta have that in there. Even though I give you brothers that big ups. I gotta also know that it's the Most High God is working through all of us. So, I mean, I didn't add that in there, but I did know. Thank you.
Nah, you good, King. I knew you knew. I just make it a habit of doing that. And brothers do that too. It's not just me. But the water for
Khan.
the kind boys, we appreciate it, King. Hey, Shalom, Amath. Welcome to the stage.
Hey, shalom, brothers. Now I was just thinking about what was just said. About the men showing their sons they love them. Man, you're exactly right. I think there's some of that we've kind of lost. It's to the point a lot of times now where a lot of men don't even hug their sons. You should at least be able to give your son a hug. You know what I mean? And when you talk about no homosexual stuff, but I mean, as a form to show your son that you love him, you know what I'm saying? You should be able to hug your son, but there is a balance. There is a point that you don't cross when comes to showing love to your sons, man. And I was just thinking about because like growing up, very rarely did my dad give me a hug. I mean, I know he loved me. He was always there, and he always made sure we had what we needed. But I didn't get too many hugs from him, so it's like, man, we need to get back to that. And it's not anything that's like out of the ordinary or strange. It's just simple showing affection to your son, and we gotta stay mindful of that. And like Brother Ari was just saying, about how we raise our children, man, it's very important. We raise them according to these laws, statutes, and commandments because this really affects our nation on so many different levels. Um, and it's a shame that these people got all this money and their lives are just they look good on the outside, but they screwed up. And then when you look at the other side of things, a lot of us we wished we had the money in our account that they had in their account, but yet we still rich. It's kind of like a oxymoron, But Christ, Yahushua said in the book of Revelation that we are rich. Revelation 2:9. Read that real quick. The book of Revelation, chapter 2, verse 9, and Christ says this. It says, "I know thy works and tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy, of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan." So we see that the people that are rich in this world and call themselves Jews, oftentimes they control whole industries, the jury industry, Hollywood, uh, whatever. You know what I'm saying? They're in better position financially than we are, but yet they're liars. We're the ones that's rich because the kingdom of heaven and all the things that concern the promises and the giving of the law, all these just different things are.
You're in the matrix.
What about now?
Khan.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I was just saying it all goes back to us keeping these laws, statutes, and commandments, and not, what I'm saying, not giving up our heritage to try to fit in with this world system. This is Esau's system, and we got to be set apart from Esau and how he likes to do things. We got to stand for righteousness and keep that standard as our way of living, no matter what. You know what I mean? And the Most High is going to take care of us if we do that. That's all I got to say. Are you?
Con, you know, um, but I'm gonna bring out Proverbs 22:6 because you know, looking at Will and what he did to his son, you know, shows you like, yo, the way you raise your child is the way that he's gonna go, right? So, I'm gonna bring out this classic scripture. This is uh this is Proverbs 22:6. It says, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. So if you raise up your child in righteousness, keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, as he get older, he's gonna remember those things. Those things are gonna be on his mind, and that's the way he's gonna walk in, you know. But if you raise up your child in wickedness, like the Heavenly Father said, He made a vessel for honor and a vessel for dishonor. So the vessels for dishonor, if you raise your child in dishonor and pushing homosexuality on him, that's the way he's boy being his little boyfriend. I forget his name, but yeah, he's talking about another man, another boy being his boyfriend,
Tyler
but
the
his father
Creator.
raped.
Tyler the
Yeah,
Creator.
Yeah, Tyler the Creator being his boyfriend. You see, but his father forced that on him. And then when y'all watch this clip, this video, that's very important. That y'all click on it so y'all can see because you see his father. He doesn't like it. You see, he's trying to jump behind the couch. He's like trying to get away, and his father's trying to kiss him on the mouth. You know what I'm saying? And on public television. You see what I'm saying? So he's already dishonoring his son. You see what I'm saying? And that's the way his son went. So when you raise up your child in righteousness, you know what I'm saying, according to the law, statutes, and commandments, and you're teaching him that, homosexuality is a sin that you could be put to death, that a man shouldn't be sleeping with another man, nor wearing a woman's clothing. You see what I'm saying? These are the things that they're gonna take with them and they're gonna know. You see what I'm saying? That's the way they're gonna walk in that way, especially when you put it in the most high's hands, you know what I'm saying? And pray to him that, your child is going to stay on the straight and narrow. But when you go off and you start letting your child, you know, take part in all of these homosexuality rituals, then that's the way he's going to go. And I yield.
Con. And you see, this plays out a lot of ways. You know what I mean? If this was not fake, now you look at Chris Rock. Now, Chris Rock, he has to go home to his wife, his kids. You see what I'm saying? And like, why you let this man just smack you like that? You see what I'm saying? So now he has to put on the masculinity and himself now for future things. You see what I'm saying? So the same way Will Smith was in that position of him not being a man and looked at by a man, by his family and his woman. Now the same thing is going to happen to Chris Rock, and how will he react in the future based on this? This always going to be on him for the rest of his life. Did he let a man just come up to the stage and smack them? You see what I'm saying? So the ego is something else, man. And this is why, whether these men believe it or not, you got to have the Most High in your house in your life, because they will give you the spirit to deal with things. You know what I mean? And be able to overcome the ego. That's what I heard from a brother way back when I was teaching in the streets. How Yahushua gave us the spirit to overcome the ego and the humility, because that's a heavy thing now. Now you're looked at as a fool. You're looked at as a clown for real. You just got smacked by a man if it wasn't staged. Now how you deal with that?
Salakia, and did you see the way Chris Rock face look? It's like it startled him. He's looking around like, like what? Like he could just look at his face and just know he say, "What just happened? This nigga just slapped me." It's just like you could just tell what just the way his face looked when that slap hit him. It startled him, and he's looking around, and it's just gonna be real. historical moment kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
God,
obviously that that's gonna be
God, God, because they
that's
say the worst thing you
I,
could do. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, good. God, they say the worst thing you could do is smack somebody, man. Like sometimes you rather be punched, but smack is the most humiliating thing you can do. You know what I mean? To an individual sometimes, and that's why people do it. They smack you like, nah, don't punch them, just smack them. That's like, it's just something about it, man. You can see after he didn't know how to react with it. That's why I believe more than likely it was real because he had a reaction, but he knows that he's on center stage, so he has to do the best to cover that up. You know what I mean? But he definitely had a reaction. You could see he was kind of like confused, like he just smacked me, and then Will Smith kept saying, "Don't say nothing about my effing wife," and he just kept like, "Okay, okay," you know.
I didn't even try to explain it. You say like it was just a joke. Like, nah, man. Mm-mm.
Right, right. When he came up to him, he came up to him smiling, and then boom, he just smacked him, and it was just like, like I say, once somebody smack you, that's the worst thing somebody can do. That's the most humiliating thing you can do to somebody.
Hey, shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom, Yeshaya.
Shalom,
Yeah,
shalom.
Bashim Shabakatam.
So,
Shalom, Shy. I see. What was
Yeah,
the name of that
the
movie
fire.
again? CP.
That was Chris Rock and CB4. Hey, that's kind of the look that was on his face when he got slapped, man. He was he had a little confused smile, man.
Shaw Paul, you was gonna say something?
Nah, I was saying shy with the fire with the PTR.
Good.
good.
Yeah, I mean, like Elder Terran said, it's very embarrassed to get slapped. You know what I'm saying? Right? In the Benjamite lingo, you shot to my box, you box them on, you box them up, right? That's embarrassed, man. When you get a slap, I would rather somebody punch me in the face than slap me. A slap is like, you know what I'm saying, a part of my language, but use a bitch.
Yeah, Khan, that's the purpose of a smack. You know what I'm saying? Because you're being dealt like it, like a woman. I don't even have to punch you as a man. You know what I'm saying? I'll just smack you. That's demasculating. That's to say you ain't even worth my fist. You understand what I'm saying? You less than that. I'm gonna smack you. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's one of the ultimate disrespects, man, in our community. That's like getting spit in the face for a man, to be honest with
God,
God.
it always been a disrespect, man. You go in the old days, the ancient days or whatever, with the swords and how a dude would take the glove and just smack you in the face and then challenge you to a duel. You know what I mean? I
you.
remember the
Pistol,
movie just to show you that.
10
That
paces.
huh?
I was laughing. Yeah, remember how they used to smack him with the glove and say pistol, 10 paces.
Challenge you to a duel. It was like the most, like Macabre say, man. And dudes do that, like to really humiliate you. Like this nigga, he ain't even worth it, man. Let me just smack him. Let me smack him up real quick. And then when
Uh,
you get smacked, the reaction. That's the reaction. Like you're like, I don't care who you are. If somebody smack you, man, you're gonna be like, what? What the hell? You don't know how to react. It's such a disrespectful thing.
Hey, shower pause. Sorry to say, man, Brooklyn caught that L, man.
Somebody paying Chief, and I'm about to paying Chief.
Yeah, good chief in here. Where Brooklyn at? Where Brooklyn at? Nah, I know I'm just clowning, but yeah, man, you definitely can't get smacked, man. You know, man. that's something that you ain't gonna smack me. You know, you gonna have to do better than that. You gonna have to punch me in my face, goddamn
How you go home and your kids and I don't know, man, your wife, and they just smacked you worldwide.
It's
Shalom.
crazy.
So if Mike Tyson was the host, you think he would have smacked Mike?
it. Please, you know better than that. He saw Easy Vic, and he showed you that. You know what I'm saying? That was an easy
Yeah,
victim.
man. Cats pick and choose their victims, man. I'm telling you. He picked, you know, so he thought about that. It ain't take long to think about it, but yeah. Nah, he wouldn't have done that to Mike.
Or 50 Cent.
God, that was an easy Vic, man. Come
And,
on, you
and
couldn't
and
tell.
even more than that, he wouldn't have did it to Seinfeld or none of them white dudes. I feel like he would have did it
Oh
to
man,
any
no, he
white,
wouldn't.
any black dude before he did it to any one of them
Khan.
rich white men.
God.
God, agreed.
Shalom to the brothers that just came on stage. Shalom.
Salam,
Con. Now you know
shalom.
Esau even thinking about that. Esau even sitting back thinking, yeah, you wouldn't do that to me, buddy.
Khan.
God,
Yeah, they would have had a field day with him. He would have did that to Seinfeld or one of them dudes. They definitely would have had a field day. He would be better off doing it to Mike Tyson than to do it to one of them, knowing that
Khan.
the
Khan.
kind of the kind of backlash he gonna get. They would have took everything from him.
Hey, what's up? That's how y'all doing?
hey, shalom, king.
Shalom, shalom,
Yabashir,
out. Yeah, but
Shabbat.
Con. Hey, I'm gonna just say this though. They don't use white men to humiliate us like that. They only use Israelite men. They don't use. That's not Hollywood's nature. Hollywood don't use white men to humiliate blacks in the industry. They always use Kyrie Irving. They use Stephen A. Smith. They use all the black um, uh, basketball or sports analysis. You understand? They don't use who they use for Bill Cosby. They use Gayle King. They use Oprah. They don't never use white people. I'm looking at this a little different than a lot of people looking at this, man. Because
God.
I understand how Hollywood get down. This was a public humiliation. This is what they do. They publicly humiliate you as a ritual. That whole thing. If you look at that whole any award show, the Grammys, the Oscar. If you look at any of these awards, this is all set up as a ritual. This whole thing is a ritual of as a public humiliation. You understand? So, this is my take on it. Chris Rock, all these people, they all sellouts. Chris Rock is for sure a sellout because you know damn well they wouldn't have Cat Williams hosting the Oscars. But why they not gonna have Cat Williams hosting the Oscars? Oh, that's right. Cat Williams was talking against the industry. Oh, why they not having Dave Chappelle host the? Oh, that's right. These brothers got their own mind. So everything Chris Rock did was something that he was commanded to do. This is why he didn't. I heard the brother say, man, I wouldn't have let nobody smack me. That's because Chris Rock is a puppet too. He has to stay in character. Chris Rock cannot break character because Master gonna be mad at him too. This is exactly why he didn't break character. Will Smith has had his family ridicule taken from him. This is all Hollywood's doing. This is what they do. You can't have any black, so-called black, strong families in Hollywood. So what they got to do? They got to
Khan.
get to the women. They got to get to the woman, make her ass do some felonious shit. Excuse my language. Then you gotta pollute his kids. You know that's why his kids is all jacked up. Name one Hollywood family that they wife not jacked up and they kids not jacked up.
Denzel.
You're not going. And Denzel, let's
He the
talk
only
about
one. He
Denzel.
the only
He
one,
the
I
only
think.
one.
He the
He the
only
only
one.
one. And I don't mean to overtalk, but Denzel the only one. But check this out. When you watch what happened, look at Denzel's reaction. If this was a simple, Will Smith just couldn't take a joke. Why the hell was the reaction of the crowd like that in the black community though? Every single black person that they panned to, for the split second that they panned it to, when Will Smith was up there apologizing to the man, They all had tears in their eyes because they understand what goes down in Hollywood. They tried to ridicule Denzel a couple times in interviews. Look what they did to Monique. Look what they did to her. Ridicule Monique. This is what they do to our people. So I'm not looking at Will Smith as less of a man and less of a person. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at him like that. I'm looking at him as unfortunate that he got to get slut shamed, for the lack of better words, in the industry. And he finally snapped and he broke character. I'm gonna end it with this. I'm gonna yield with this. It reminded me of that scene in the movie Get Out, right? Where you had the black dude, that scene where the black dude, his mind was already taken over, but he was trying to get out, and the dude said a buzzword, and he kind of like snapped. That famous scene, he snapped. He still kept his face. He tried to keep his face under control, but he started crying, and he blew up and was yelling, "Get out!" That's what that reminded me of. It literally reminded me of that scene in the movie, because I'm gonna be honest with you, we all are human beings, and the white man wants to take that humanity from, especially from Israelite men, especially Israelite men in the industry. And just like he said in his apology, he said, you got to sit there, you got to take ridicule, and you got to laugh it off. That's what they want you to do. They want to talk about you, humiliate you. They want to bully you. They want to make you look crazy. And then what we do is we help them further it by making Facebook memes and all of that shit and laugh at it, when we don't even understand that these people in Hollywood, they real victims for real. And we need to take this as a warning and save the next generation of our babies from going to that place, because it is literally a wicked industry. But that's my take on it. I don't look at it as oh, we'll understand. These people are made as public, set up as public humiliations. That's why, and I'll say this and I'll end it. That's exactly why every time there's an award, every time there's a show or something like that, they might tell a few jokes about a couple of white actresses or actors here and there, but they don't do it on the level as they do it with the so-called Israelite men and women in the industry. They gonna pimp you out, they gonna humiliate you, and then they gonna toss you to the side, But that's my take on it, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Radazan, you'll never see a Jew
One
smack a
second,
Jew.
Terrell.
My bad. Go ahead.
Nah, you good, King. You good. You good. I'm a yield to you in a second. Hey, Shalom, Ratazan. Welcome to the stage.
What's up?
So Shalom. All right. So yeah, I agree with you to a certain point, right? And definitely, of course, I'm not, letting these Hollywood devils go in any way. But a lot of our brothers and sisters that are in this industry, a lot of them has heard this truth. Okay, they've heard brothers talk about against this, right? They've seen brothers in the corners, right? They'll drive past them in their entourage and in their vehicles, and right past these brothers. They go online and they hear it. They chose that lifestyle, right? Just like every one of us have a choice, but we know it's ultimately the Most High that is doing everything and controlling everybody, right? They know, what the evil that is coming out of that place, but they chose to live that type of lifestyle because of the illusion of wealth and status that they're going to get from that. So to an extent, to be honest with you, of course we pray for our people, and I brought this up earlier, but I really don't feel sorry for these cats that are out here being humiliated and being in the position that they're in, because they chose that type of lifestyle. They chose to sell out their own people. They know within themselves that those things that they're doing is completely wrong and off as hell, and they chose to do that. So it's sad that of what's going on, because yeah, we can see that it's all there are people behind the scene controlling this. We can see it to a certain extent, right? So yeah, man, I don't, it's madness either way we look at it. Like I said, it doesn't help us as a nation, and they're just example of what we should stay away from. All right, because all that whole illusion of happiness, that you see within the celebrities, when you really go behind the doors, man, these people hate themselves, man. You know what I mean? They really do. They hate their lifestyle. A lot of them are really, some of them even get to the point where they commit suicide, man. So that's why we cannot envy any of that type of stuff. But with that, I'm gonna yield. Go ahead.
And also, yeah, I hear what the brother's saying, but I know Ari, like you were saying too, they choose that, and also like like a Dwayne Wade, for example. You know what I mean? He allows his child to grow up looking like a damn woman, even though he's a male child. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times these guys' minds get corrupted. Like, yeah, they got to do things, of course, in Hollywood, but certain things with your family and stuff, you can put your foot down. You could stand and say, no, you don't want them to dress a certain way. You don't want them to do that. But because they get caught up in the American lifestyle and the ways of America, they start to accept these things. They start to accept it and become part of it. You know what I mean? So, like Ari was saying, certain things they choose. Hollywood definitely got rituals, certain things you got to do, but certain things they choose and they believe in it. Like, they believe that it's okay for homosexuality. Like, you go up there and you speak against it, and Will Smith will argue you down. That's his belief because of how this society has corrupted their mind. You know what I mean? Just because they got money, they still corrupt. They still under American delusion. You see what I'm saying? So, like Ari said, yeah, I agree, but I'm not sorry for him, and I do believe, you know what I mean. My personal thing is, yeah, I know about the rituals and all of that, but my personal thing is that you're seeing the Most High break these guys down, man. You're seeing right in front of your eyes how the Most High is breaking them down. And also, we do got that still Deuteronomy 28 among each other. We got that hate among each other. We got that curse that's still among each other where we will fight each other in front of people because we don't give a damn. You know, it's still that Deuteronomy 28, them curses, man.
So a guy slapped another guy on TV, and you think that it's God?
Everything
Ryan,
is
Ryan,
God.
Ryan,
Everything
Everything
is
is
No,
God.
we
God.
think it's the devil. We think it's the devil. That's who it is.
The Most High control everything. I don't know. He sound like he don't understand the will of the Most High. Most High control everything. So it was the will of the Father that we all woke up. It was the will of the Father for Chris Rock to get slapped. But I just want to say this. I do understand that. By no means am I justifying nobody's wickedness. This is what I'm saying, and I'm gonna just be very very blunt with this. I think there's a level of hypocrisy with our community. And this is why I say this. And this is from my personal experiences of being in our community for years, right? We can be hypocrites sometimes. Cause we go super hard. It's easy to go hard on Will Smith. It's easy to go hard on the celebrities. These goddamn celebrities and this and that and they damn deep. But we rarely really go hard on our own personal lives. There's a lot of us as Israelites in this community that we are not representing the best way that we can represent. And instead of going at celebrities, which we know are wicked, we need to clean our own backyard. That's how I feel. I feel like we don't represent as a community correct. I'm gonna just keep it a buck. No, who wants to? It's by the grace of God. It's by the grace of the Most High God, and this is my serious belief that the Lord has pushed this truth. I'm not talking about the truth, but the individuals, us as individuals representing this truth, we don't do a good job. We give the white man a lot of reason for people like Will Smith, for example. If the brother did one day decide that he wanted to repent, it'd still be Israelites on that man's head, ridiculing him, talking about him. Even still, if let's just say hypothetically, if Will Smith was like, "Hey man, I do want to repent, man. Where can I go? How can I find the truth?" He'll go to the truth, and you'll still have Israelites still ridiculing him. I think we too judgmental. I think if we gonna be this judgmental, right, and
hey,
not have
Ratazan,
understanding, not I
real
mean,
quick.
I'm a yield. Let me finish. I'm a yield.
Okay, go ahead.
I
All right.
think if we gonna be this judgmental, the scripture says, if you judge, right, go ahead and do that, but understand that that same judgment with you judge is going to be right back brought upon you. Will Smith, Dwayne Wade, all these actors and all of them, yes, they are wicked. I agree with that. Never taken from their wickedness. I'm talking specifically more so from the fact that we as the Israelite community, we need to do better. We need to represent better, and if we are going to ridicule, we need to make sure that our own backyard is clean. But yeah, I yield.
Okay, Ratazan, you know I love you, my brother, right? But since we're being blunt, let's get right to it. Give me one example of a celebrity coming to a camp where he got shorn or pushed away, since you're making that statement.
Kendrick Lamar. When Kendrick Lamar made that song, he's an Israelite, a gang of Hebrews still ridicule him. He ain't no Israelite. He faking. He ain't that. He ain't this. You don't know what that brother's personally doing. Now, I don't know what he's doing with his personal life either. But the point is that the brother acknowledged something. You still had a gang of Hebrews ridiculing that man. Still ridiculing him. And that's one example. That's one famous example that I could give off top. And then we wonder why people don't want to come to the community, and we wonder why, as much people as we have repenting, I'm being honest, it's the hard truth. As much people we have repenting, we got people leaving the truth too because of how we representing it, and we need to do better in representing the truth. Like that's a fact.
Right.
Well, I
Kanye,
would say,
Kanye
yeah.
said the same thing though. All these celebrities, we're not gonna get overly excited because they talking about their Israelite. Come on, man. We know this already, right? Some of them get that little spark. Oh yeah, I'm an Israelite. They get it. They run right back to the world. That's not doing us any good, man. All right, we got to get out of that mindset. I get what you're saying, and I'm with you, brother. Yes, we got to be careful with that, right? But when we judging, we have to judge righteously. We understand that. But if you're gonna come out and say you're an Israelite, you say all these words, then you run back to your wickedness. You might as well just kept those words,
But
man.
that's
That's how
not
I
that.
see
But
it.
here's this, Ari. That's not up to you to judge because you don't know that man personally, King. Look, this is what I'm talking about. You don't know what an individual was doing. You looking from the sideline. You don't know nobody's personal walk or what they doing. And I'm sorry, Israelites might not agree with this, but we really judgmental. It is what it is. I don't say stuff because I want brothers to be happy with me. I tell the truth. If this is supposed to be the truth, it's the truth. And the truth is, Israel is too judgmental for me sometimes. You don't know what that brother, and this is respect, this is no disrespect to you. You don't know what that brother's doing behind closed doors or what he's not doing. All we know is the brother said what he said, and we ridiculed him for saying it. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You asked for an example, I gave you one. The brother said what he said. He acknowledged it. He just didn't say he was an Israelite. He even had a whole segment where he was breaking down the curses, the whole nine. And he had a picture, I guess, where he was with IUIC or something like that. Brothers ridiculed him for that. Brothers ridiculed him for being with IUIC, supposedly. That we really didn't know if he was with IUIC or not. But brothers ridiculed him for that because brothers don't like IUIC. Not saying nobody in here, but majority of camps. We hate on each other. We fight each other. Now when you get in the truth, oh, who he with? Oh, he with IUIC. I'm saying this because this is what I personally seen from the community. Oh, who he with? Oh, he with IUIC. Oh, he with the purple whatever, purple rain or whatever brothers was calling them at that time. See, this is what I'm talking about. Israel was too judgmental for me. That brother in our year with this, that brother said what he said, did what he did. Then he go to the community, he started looking more into it, and he see a whole bunch of Israelites just talking about him. That ain't gonna make it better. I'm not happy just the fact that he said he is Israelite. That's we all know that. What I'm saying is us as representatives. If he would have did that with Islam, if he would have did that with Islam, Islam would have grabbed that brother, welcomed him. Farrakhan would have sent because they know, oh, let's get him, let's try the best to save his soul and whatever they think that false religion is, they would have tried their best to go grab him. You know what Israel do? We ridicule. That's what we do. And we need to change that. We need to change that mentality. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying what you saying is wrong. What you saying is right. I'm just saying we need to have a balance. That's all I'm saying. I yield. I'm done. I yield.
Right, I agree with that. I agree with that. I mean, both cases, brother. I agree. Both. Hey, I've definitely seen some celebrities been disrespect that came to the camp. I'll tell you, back in the days, Rakim and Eric B. You know what I mean, and they was disrespect. So I think that sometimes brothers let their jealousy, you know what I mean,
Khan.
brothers let their jealousy
Khan.
override their wisdom. You know what I mean, because they really don't want to see
Right.
the man repent. They figure he got money in this system, and now he's coming in us. Nah, so I do believe that sometimes brothers let their jealousy go overboard. But I also do believe too, like Ari was saying, like these celebrities, they don't get a pass. Like the Most High tells you, man,
Khan. Khan.
they are of no man. Like the Most High don't give a damn who you are. Whether you a basketball player or who the hell you are, you got to keep these laws and statutes and commandments. That's what he's looking for. So I do believe, like the brother said, it's a balance. Both brothers is right. You know what I mean? Sometimes Israel, we gotta admit, you get jealousy, we get envious, and then we say no. You stop this man from going into the kingdom. You know what I mean? And we look for things to criticize them. And yeah, you know what I mean? We make them uncomfortable because if they come in, we know that people going to look at them a certain way and this and that. And maybe even women, get women, and we don't like that. You know what I mean? So I agree with that to a certain extent, but I also agree that they like nobody. There's no respect to person. It is what it is. No respect to person. Like for example, brother, like we see Will Smith puts his life out there. He puts his life the way they put their life, the way they raise their children. So we, on that basis, we know that they're raising their children off, and we can correct them on that. And I think a lot of people don't, whether it's Israel or people in general, they don't deal with correction and reproof. Like the scriptures say, man, it's hard for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of heaven because they don't want to give up what they got. So we got to look at this thing spiritually.
I think you said it. You said it good, bro. You said it. You said it real good. And I think that's my point because I don't want to get my point diluted. By no means am I justifying Dwayne Wade or Will or none of that. That's not the point that I'm a reason why I'm saying it. By no means. The reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because us as the community and this is really for us as a community. We need to learn how to have a balance, and we don't have that. We'll sit and make memes all day about Will Smith. I'm talking about the Israelite community. He did what he did. He wicked, cool, calm. But to me, that's not really edification though. Like that's what I mean. Like us personally. Will Smith, he gonna get what he gotta get. He deserved what he got. I agree with that. But at the same time, I believe that there has to be a balance, and I do believe, like the brother said, he hit it on the head on the nail. I do believe it's an aspect of jealousy sometimes, not even with celebrities, but I've seen it where you had brothers that was well off in the world, and they had whatever money or income or whatever. I've literally heard brothers tell a brother he's commandments, and that's not trying to break the commandments. But you got brothers telling brothers they can't even have that. They got to give all of that up. It's like, bro, if I'm keeping the commandments, why, and the Most High has blessed me with an abundance, why do I have to give that up? Like you said, it goes back to a certain aspect of jealousy. So all I'm saying is, let's have a balance. We don't have to constantly ridicule. Being Israelite, and the first thing people tell me is that we talk about people all day. No, it's more to us than that. It's more to Ari. It's more to brothers on the stage than what we show the world. We should be showing the world a little bit more than just going in every time somebody or wait for a celebrity to do something stupid so we can make 100 memes all day. That's my point. We got more work to do than that.
Either you in the Matrix or now you muted up. Yeah, I just want to add to that, man, because everything the brothers bringing out is facts. And I agree with both sides because, yeah, man, we can't be respected as persons. And I absolutely hate it when I see camps like cater towards celebrities and they're being respected as a person. It's like, for instance, whoever those brothers are who have gotten around Brandon T. Jackson, and we know that they pretty much, what I'm saying, that got this guy indoctrinated now and all that. But the way that they got him is they putting him on a pedestal and respect the persons, and not obeying those parts of the scriptures. Even when you hear them talk, because we had a little conference with them on here, you can tell that's what's going on. So, within our community, we have that going on. We have brothers who say because they're celebrities, or who feel like because these people are celebrities, they get a pass, or we should put them on a pedestal, or we shouldn't talk about them, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But we just use current events. We use current events. Like, it don't matter if it's a celebrity that's a part of it or not, to edify the people. And I think that's all that's happening today. And then on the other side, I also agree that Israel because almost every time when things are brought out, what's the first thing that worldly people say is that we're too judgmental, or they just don't understand the scriptures. First of all, period. But we have to understand that they don't understand the scriptures, and you know what I'm saying. Like, even if we're thinking in a judgmental way, we don't have to say that all the time. We don't have to come off as judgmental. You know what I'm saying? Or overly. What I mean is overly judgmental. It's our job to judge, because the scriptures say that the righteous shall judge. But yeah, I do think that brothers jealousy creeps in sometimes, and they don't want to give nobody a chance. It's like, if a brother ain't down and out and keeping these laws, statutes, commandments in the trenches with him, he just can't be righteous. You know what I'm saying? And that's just false. That's a BS way of thinking. And sometimes I think sometimes brothers get too over righteous, and yeah, they get in that mode. They get in that mode where it's pretty much F everybody if they not in the trenches with me. You know what I'm saying? And we got to have a better balance than that in our community. You know what I'm saying? We don't tend to care about what we look like to the people on the outside of these laws, statutes, and commandments. We don't. You know what I'm saying? Like brothers say all day, I don't give a damn. Cry loud, spare not, right? You know what I'm saying? But we wanna if we really want to uplift the community and bring up the community, we do have to practice on balance, on how we do things and bring things out. It's not always bashing celebrities, this, that, and the other. But if we got precepts on this, if we got precepts on it, bring it out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying be quiet, by no means necessary, but we do have to learn how to have a better balance as a nation. You know what I'm saying? Collectively, because I do hear a lot of things, and sometimes it just irks me, because I feel like we're missing the mark of the mission, or we wasting time doing certain things. But with that, I yield.
It's like this. It's like we're laughing instead of correcting and judging. We're laughing. This is a joke. I don't never see the prophets judge look like that. Like, I can't see Isaiah on Facebook making 1,000 memes about a brother. I can't see that. Like, judging and ridiculing is two different. It's two different things. And laughing at somebody's that's two different things. I can see if we as a nation was like, see, this is an example of why X, Y, and Z. We was actually teaching and bringing out lessons. Not saying that brothers don't do that, but more so what I see is laughing and joking about it. It's nothing to joke about with our brothers in sin. That's not a game, you know? If we gonna judge it, let's actually be judges. The judges in Israel didn't do that. They sat down and they literally judged you, or they prophesied against you. I'm with that. That's what I do. I do that on the streets. That's what I do. But making Facebook memes and laughing and joking and ha ha he and this is funny and look at him, he's damn like I don't see Isaiah and them doing that like that. Like, I don't really see that. When I see Isaiah, he went against them and he prophesied against them, and he spared not and did the whole nine. But it wasn't a game. It wasn't a goofy matter. It wasn't funny. This was serious, because the sin of our people was not. It's not something that we should laugh at. It's not something that we should joke at and see. You see, Will Smith can't control this damn woman, man. See, like that's not funny. We should use that as an example. Like, okay, look, you see this? This is why we do this. This is why we X, Y, and Z. I'm with all of that. I'm with judgment. I'm with that. I'm with all of that. That's what we do. And I agree. Will Smith deserved what he got, because that's what he reaped, what he sowed. I'm just speaking of the Israelite community personally. I think that we need to do better in being representatives as judges. That's how I feel. And I agree with all of what the brothers have said. Everything that the brothers have said, Ari, everybody, I agree wholeheartedly, with everything. I just want us to make sure that we right, so that, because it's a lot of messed up stuff in Israel that we got to fix. So we need to be right at the same time being right judges. That's all that I'm saying. But I agree with everybody though.
Yo,
And that,
Ratazan, Salakia, real quick. Ratazan, man, you going off, man. Elijah mocked people. No, I'm just kidding. No,
Kai,
I'm
Kai,
just kidding.
Kai, Kai, Kai.
I get what you're saying, man. I'm with you on it. Yes, we do have to have that balance. But my thing is just that whole respects a person. I don't feel like they should get a pass. That's just me. But I do understand the compassion part of things, and how, us, using like a different way. of edifying our people and kind of like doing things a little bit different from how we doing it. But at the same time, we cannot really give these celebrities too many leeways because they know what they're doing. Let's be honest with each other here. These guys know what they're doing. They know what they're getting into, right? They know who they are. A lot of them know they're Israelites, but they choosing not to come to this life, right? And a lot of it too, man. Like with the whole thing with Kendrick Lamar, right? I cannot say for sure that he met up with an Israelite camp or elder and confided in them. I don't know that, right? But if he did that, I don't see it where they will just push him or shun him to the side, right? And I'm not saying that he has to do that for us to still show him compassion. He could still be like just with the music then, and not get attacked, but at the same time, we've this is it's nothing new. You know what I mean? Like with them doing all that, it's nothing new. They've always done that. All right, from the beginning of their existence as celebrities, really. Right? They go a little bit into the conscience side, then they fall right back into their wickedness. Right? And a lot of that could bring deception to people, man. You know what I mean? That's how I see that sometimes. Like when you go out there, now you're telling people all these deep stuff, and people are following you, then you fall back to your wickedness. Now you just pull those people back to your life, your way of living. So that's why I'm kind of like very iffy on giving them like, oh yeah, they're celebrities and stuff. And a lot of them are very powerful. When they come to camps, they're not gonna submit for the most part. I mean, yes, I don't know that for a fact, but a lot of them won't, man. These are men that had power while they were out there. They got money, right? They're celebrities. You think they're gonna submit to a brother, what I'm saying, that doesn't have as much as they do, right? And we know what the scripture speaks about wealth. You know what I mean? Yes, you can be rich and still be wise. King Solomon was an example of that, right? And led our nation in righteousness, right? But are they willing to be taught? That's the key part here. You can say all the deep stuff you want, but are you willing to be taught and submit yourself? Right? And so that way you can be a good example for your people. Even if you want to do it on the back end of things, you don't have to be on the street. Nobody needs you to be on the street. Sometimes we don't even want that. You're better off working behind the scene, just keeping the laws, doing your part, right? In whatever way you can help, whether it's through arms or whatever, a little tweak here and there, whatever you can do, right? Because we understand you got to make your money. But again, there's a balance to this thing. We understand that Yahweh Shai the Most High comes first over your wealth and riches, man. Right? A great
Yeah.
scripture my elder brings out is in Proverbs,
Con.
man, 30. You know what I'm saying? 30 and 7, you read on down, man. It's all about that balance, man. That's all I'm saying. But I yield.
Huh.
Con.
I see
Con.
what the brother's saying. I say this though, just make sure we're correct in how we deal with them. You know what I mean? Make sure we're sincere. Make sure we're doing what's right. You know what I mean?
Con. Con.
Because we will be. Because I've seen that, man. I've been in Israel a lot of years, and I've seen celebrities. I mean, Priest Daniela just came. Hey, Daniela, you remember when Riddick Bowe was coming to the school back in the days? The heavyweight
Yeah,
champion Riddick Bowe,
yeah. Uh-huh.
and
I
you
remember.
remember what?
You know,
Remember what?
the
What
best
he
thing you
said?
could do
How?
for but
Yeah, remember what he said? How we ain't got to go into who, brother, but how the brothers used them for money and how they just wanted money all the time out of them.
yeah, we saw the same thing when they were. It's a,
Yeah, so you see what I'm saying? So you got to be sincere. You got to be correct, man. You got to make sure you're correct. And don't just deal with them out of envy, man. And don't deal with them in usury, too. Because they have things and try to use them because that's going to make anybody feel a certain way, But a lot of these celebrities also, when you look at it, they got their portion and they don't want to be corrected. So it's gonna be hard for them, like Ari said, to yield. But you know what I mean. But just make sure you're doing it. I got a poor connection. I don't know if I'm in the matrix. You can hit. Yeah,
Now you
just make
good.
sure
You
you're
good.
dealing right. Just make sure you're dealing right. So when it's time for you to be judged, you did what you're supposed to do, and you did it out of sincerity and not hatred. Like like some brothers be like, look, this dude got all this money and he got everything. You know what I mean? Now he's coming in the truth and nah, deal it out of sincerity and love for your brother and wanting your brother to repent and come back even if he had a certain status in this society, man. So it's just a lot of ways we can look at it. And with that, I yield.
Shalakia, real quick. If y'all look at it like this, the fact that we still talking about it, I'm starting to think it could have been staged because as I try to connect the dots, the fact that we still talking about it, it made it relevant. If this event didn't happen, this fiasco between a well-known actor and a well-known comedian, the whole show would have been boring. Nobody would have been tuned in. I'm on the treadmill right now, looking at the little screen where the entertainment thing on the treadmill where they got the screens on there. Every channel is talking about the Oscars and Will Smith and Chris Rock. It's giving everybody something to talk about. So negative publicity is also good publicity to have people tune in. So if you look at it from that aspect, it seemed like it's pretty. The controversy kind of beefed it up where people are paying attention to. Because really, if that didn't happen, it wouldn't have had no relevance. I yield with that.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily, brother. It just happened yesterday, and people love drama anyway. So whether it's stage or not, people gonna talk about it because they love drama. Daniela, you wanted to say something?
You know, um, since I kind of came in on the tail end of what you was talking about with a lot of these celebrities, and I've seen a lot of them come into the school over the years, like come and go. And one of the things that I've told people that I've had the opportunity to speak to, they know who they are. But I will say one of them was Brandon very early because Brandon came to our Passover, right? Very early on. And this is before like everybody really started knowing he was Israelite. He came to our Passover. And I told him, myself and Hashar, we told him, yo, bro, you don't have to do what we do. Like you don't have to put yourself out there like in the Israelite community like that. Like, it's okay to acknowledge your heritage. I get the zeal, the passion. You know what I'm saying? This was when he was he had came and wanted counsel on whether he should take the role in Coming to America Part 2 and all that. You know what I'm saying? Because he had just gotten the script and everything. So he came and he was asking me Hashar about that. We was kind of trying to tell him you'll play the background. And I think what happens a lot of times, and I think Tara hit it right on the head, is that brothers don't really have a lot of these brothers' best interests at heart. You know what I'm saying? It's a celebrity, and you kind of want to utilize them to promote your camp, promote your ministry, promote whatever it is you want to promote. You see what I'm saying? And you kind of utilize that. And that's what I'm beginning to see. Everybody who I've talked to that's somebody in this world, I've told them, you don't have to come out and, do this. Like, you can allow us to be the faces of this since we already are, right? And you just make sure behind the scenes you position us if you have the ability to position us, get us interviews, get us this, get us that, get us in position to be able to spread the gospel on a larger scale, right? When you look at the scriptures, we see an example of Nicodemus being a follower of Christ by night, right? And Nicodemus was in position to entreat Herod for the body of Yahweh Shai, right? We also see Joseph of Arimathea being a rich man, was able to give Yahweh Shai a sepulchre. These men were in place, right? They were in position to be able to do something great. And that was to be able to give the Messiah that sepulchre and retrieve the body. So they needed to be where they were, right? So they couldn't be like in the open like everybody else, right? And sometimes, we need people in positions in this world. Sometimes not even just celebrities, like people that are lawyers, doctors, maybe even politicians and this one and that one. And they don't need to come out here and introduce themselves because, as Ratazan so rightly pointed out, the Israelite community is vicious, man. I see what he's talking about in terms of how brothers are. Like, everybody acts, not everybody in this room, but a lot of Israelites act as though the first day they came into the truth, they was righteous. And you wasn't. It was a process. It's a process for all of us. We die daily every day to different things. Every single day, we're mortifying our members, mortifying our bodies. We're examining ourselves and getting ourselves in order. We're not the same person in this walk that we were the first year, that you are the third year, that you are the fifth year. Every day is a refinement process. But when these celebrities come in, and they might still be, straddling the fence, whatever, a little bit, whatever. I watch everybody just jump down these dudes' throats, and it's kind of fucked up because there's a level of hypocrisy to it to a degree, because none of us were perfect the first day we came into the truth, right? Now, yeah, I also agree with what brother said as far as us using these situations as an example to teach our people, right? But at the end of the day, we have to pray to the Most High too, to a degree that if it be in His will, that the Most High have mercy on our people at the end of the day. Because I'm gonna tell y'all something. If we continue, I'm gonna land right here. If we continue to act this way towards people that might be something in this world that actually acknowledge that they're Israelites, they ain't gonna acknowledge it no more publicly. And it helps us to a degree, right? When somebody like a Kendrick Lamar, whatever, comes out and says he's an Israelite, because there are people who would have never even heard that. No matter how much we stand on the streets and how much we flood the internet, whatever like that, none of us have millions of people following us on social media like a Kendrick Lamar or the like. So when somebody like that comes out and just even says that and puts it on an album, right, that'll be listened to 10 years from now, 15, 20 years from now, God forbid if America's still standing, I hope not, right? That's he by himself has a louder voice and a bigger reach than everybody on the stage and everybody in this room combined, right? So we have to look at that. And that's what I was telling people back then. Like, stop worrying about, what I'm saying, is he doing this? Is he wearing fringes every day? Is he, don't worry about that. What he did alone was great for this movement. He did a good thing. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to dedicate half of his album to teaching the street. He didn't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? So we have to keep these things in mind, that we want more people to be able to come out and do what it is they can do to help spread the word about this word. But they're not going to do it if, when they see a Kendrick or somebody else come in, and then we as the Israelites just jump on that person like that. A lot of people go like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing. So it's a balance. I agree with everything that's being said on stage, and it's not being double-minded. It's, yes, what everybody said is right about Will and Jada. This is judgment, so forth and so on. But we also can learn from this and how we deal with matters as well, and how we deal with celebrities as well, and the things that we say about them in public as well. Like, we shouldn't cross the line. I was in there's I mean, like Tara said, we ain't gonna get into it, but I was witness to, the camps, the main camps is 42nd Times Square. They call it the crossroads of the world, right? Do you brothers and sisters know how many celebrities passed by the camps back in the days? Before there was internet, the celebrities would just pass by the camps back in the days. And sometimes I'm a second witness to what he said. Sometimes it was embarrassing. I really felt like the person came up, took a flyer, and was sincerely listening, and the person that was speaking went too far. It's definitely happened. And we're just seeing the fruits of it on a larger level now on the internet. So it's a balance. We got work to do, but absolutely it's also right to talk about these things, but we got work to do. You see what I'm saying? So with that, I you.
Hey, real quick, priest too, and I think it's a level of sometimes we can be a little biased. Like, for instance, remember DMX when he ran into the brothers? That was beautiful. We praised DMX, right? But at the same time, we didn't have the same energy towards DMX, and unfortunately he passed. We didn't know what his life would have been. But I seen Israelites praising like DMX, right? Versus I'm gonna just give this as an example versus a Kendrick Lamar, which I'm not nobody on this stage, but I'm just saying in general, I've seen this in my personal dealings with brothers. Brothers will ridicule him and say, "Well, that brother ain't doing to X, Y, and Z," But at the same time, if you ask me, DMX and Kendrick Lamar, they was at the same level. God rest DMX soul. But he wasn't wearing fringes. He wasn't keeping. I don't know if he was keeping Sabbath or not, but from what I've seen, we can eye observation make it seem like we know what he was doing, but we don't know. For example, I was actually blessed, years ago to actually have an interaction because I'm in California. I actually had an interaction with Kendrick Lamar. All right, and I actually know people that is in his camp. Well, his old camp because he's not with Top Dog anymore. But I actually know people that are a part of his camp, Top Dog Entertainment, because they're out of Watts, and I'm right down the street from Watts. And I went to school with the brother that created Top Dog. I went to school with his son. All right. So I went to school. Me and his son went to school together. We went to Gardena High together. Matter of fact, before Kendrick got big, Kendrick came and performed at one of our Gardena Got Talent, like one of our little senior, 12th grade senior little events. He came and performed a song at the school. And I got a chance to meet Kendrick Lamar twice. The first time that I met him, this before he was like super famous. The first time that I met him, I wasn't an Israelite. I didn't know the truth. But the second time that I met him, I did get to tell him that he was an Israelite, right? And we took a picture and all that, and I told him like, you an Israelite, we the chosen people of God. Boom. Years later, ironically, he does what he does with the song or whatnot. And I was actually hearing from, like I said, a friend of mine was saying Kendrick Lamar in his personal life, he doesn't go clubbing, he doesn't go partying with them, because you know you got J Rock and all of them. And my friend is actually the manager of J Rock. My friend, his dad is Top Dog. He's actually the manager of J Rock. So they go clubbing, they go to parties, they go to strip clubs, they do all of that. They don't even hear from Kendrick. Kendrick don't even go out with them. Matter of fact, Kendrick got a whole family. He got his child, he got his wife, and literally he just goes to the studio and stays home. Literally. This is from what I'm personally hearing from people that is from that label. So I don't know what he's doing in his personal life, but one thing I can say that I know for sure is that he's not intermingling himself in the worldly affairs of what's going on as far as the strip clubs and turning up and going to bars and going to clubs. He literally goes to the studio, and after he goes to the studio, he literally goes home with his family, and that's why he's so secluded. So what I'm saying is and what Priest is saying is that we don't know with individuals like that what their walk is and what they're doing. Now I do agree though. I do agree that Will Smith, Dwayne Wade, they do need to get judgment. We do need to ridicule them. I agree with that. But I think like Priest said it so beautifully, it's examining the heart behind what we're doing. Like it's not beneficial to put on, like I just seen a Facebook post, Clown Smith from an Israelite. Like what? That's not judgment. That's stupid. Like Clown Smith. Yeah, and like ha ha. Like that's not really judgment. Judgment is let's go into why this brother is getting this treatment from the Lord, and we break it down. Boom, 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 boom. Like I know Ari was doing, and I heard that from him. So I seen that. But just the jokes and the clowning and the heart behind everything, I think we need to examine that and have more of a compassion on top of the judgment, not with Will Smith particular situation, but just in general with any celebrity. But yeah, I agree with everybody and what everything has been said though. But I
Con, I was saying earlier, Rata, you wasn't in the room. I was saying earlier that if you look at the covers of DMX's albums, a lot of that stuff is Masonic symbols, especially the second album, Flesh of My Flood, but that's all Masonic. Now, I don't know if he was in charge of the artistry for his album. Sometimes you just walk in a room and they tell you that they shooting a photo, and somebody will tell you just sit in a bathtub full of blood, and you don't know what the hell's going on. So I don't want to judge and say that the man knew, but it was definitely a satanic. And then you got songs where him and Satan is rapping back and forth and all types of stuff. You know what I'm talking about? And like you said, we never judged the man because we liked the man's music, we liked his energy. He was the closest thing that we had to Tupac after Tupac, so I think that also played a great role in that as well. And so we kind of gave him a pass. So I see what you're saying. And we don't give other celebrities a pass. Like we kind of pick and choose who we want to give a pass to for certain things. So yeah, we just have to examine ourselves too. Make sure, like, like Taras said, that we're right about the way we judge things. We gotta, what does the scripture say? We gotta judge righteous judgment. That's the bottom line. Righteous judgment. That's it. You gotta call it down the middle, and what's good for one is good for the other. You know what I'm saying? I don't like, I mean, personally, I'm not a fan of all the things that I've seen coming from Will Smith and Dwayne Wade and the whole ilk. I think 90% of Hollywood, I'm not a fan of the way that they carry themselves. Like it's, I feel like as men, as Israelite men, quote unquote black men, a lot of these people shame us and make us look bad in the eyes of the world. I really hate it, right? But I got to call it down the middle, right? I got to judge each matter based on its merits, so forth and so on. So you know, the Most High is bringing judgment down on nations, and whatever's meant for people in judgment is going to happen, right? And I think, like I said earlier, King Ben was bringing it out, and I might have to ask him when I see him. He was bringing out that the way Will Smith even got Jada. Now, people were saying that he had his wife, he left his wife with Jada, but I don't know if that was it or if there was something else that he did that was sin, that now the Most High has visited him through her shaming him. I got to get the details on that because I'm not 100% sure what the story is. But when we see things happening, the Most High causes everything on this earth to happen. Everything is in His divine will. So even this is in His divine will as well, believe it or not. So Most High wanted him to be shamed, Chris Rock to be shamed in front of millions of people. And by the way, Rock, you wasn't in the room earlier too. I was telling brothers that his brothers used to come to the school, the House of David. Chris Rock's brother. So he's been known he's an Israelite since the '90s. He may never say it in public, but he's been known. Just he just never chose to act on it. we used to ask his brothers like, "Yo, what's up with your brother?" This is even before everybody hates Chris. Like this is early. Uh, so he's heard the truth before. You know what I'm saying? I guess it wasn't his time. I don't know. That's all.
Hmm. Con, I think with Israel, we as Israelites, what I mean, we got a job, difficult job, because at one point we don't want to seem like we got respect a person. You know what I mean? At the second time, you got brothers that got their motives is not correct. They got envy, they got jealousy, they got sincere. They're not sincere with their judgment. But the Most High tell us, man, that if we're gonna be in a position of judgment, we gotta be right. Mac, is Mac there? Or can somebody give me Wisdom of Solomon 6:2? We gotta be right with our judgment. You know what I mean? But like I say, a lot of times we don't want to use respect to persons. You know what I mean? We don't want to respect somebody for what they got. We don't want to, give them a pass for what they got. But at the same time, we don't want to be envious of what they got and use that as a way to abuse people. You know what I mean? I've heard it too. I'll give you an example, man. A lot of times, as soon as somebody that has money come in, like I think the brother Ratazar was saying, and Daniela, you could attest to that. I've seen Tazadakia. I've seen a lot of brothers do this. You know what I mean? They immediately go to the scriptures about the rich man, how the rich man can't enter the kingdom, how you have to give up all you got. You know what I mean? They immediately go to them scriptures. Why? Because they're envious of what the man got. So I'm gonna read it. Wisdom. If nobody's on the stage to
I
read
got you,
this,
Elder. I got you. Wisdom
right?
of Solomon
Wisdom of
6 and
Solomon
2,
6:2. Yeah.
right? Khan.
6:1. Start at 6:1.
Khan, Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6 and verse 1. Hear therefore, O ye kings, and understand. Learn ye that be judges of the end of the earth.
See that? So we're really the kings and the judges of the end of the earth. We're the ones that the Most High is establishing to judge the world and judge the earth. We're those kings the scripture is talking about. Read the second verse.
Give ear ye that rule the people.
We rule the people while we're trying to bring our people back in order. Set up this nation because a nation is being built. So we are right now running as the kings on the earth, because what? We're bringing our nations back to who we are. We have rulership, whether it's your congregation or whatever. Now we equate kings with having all the riches of the world. No, we're just in a position to get our people back in order. Read.
And glory in the multitude of nations.
Okay, give me the seventh verse.
Khan, verse 7. For he which is Lord over all shall fear no man's person.
So he which is Lord over all shall fear no man's person. And when you go into Deuteronomy 1, this is what Moses was telling when he set up that order. You know what I mean? Wise men of counsel that was known among the people. He didn't just bring any person. It was men that had wisdom and counsel to make decisions, because it was getting hard on Moses too. He couldn't make all the, he's just one man. So he needed to put certain men in position that was wise and had understanding and counsel. So now when you're trying to follow the Lord's footstep, the Lord says what? You can't have respect the person. We know that's mentioned in Deuteronomy 1:2 about having not respect the person. Read on.
Neither shall he stand in error of men's greatness.
Neither shall he stand in all men's greatness. The Lord don't do this. He don't care if you're a celebrity. Like, you have to do these laws and commandments and statutes and come back and serve him. This is what you're going to be dealt with. What he told you in the book. He tells you what? What is the duty of man? Fear him and keep his commandments. You see what I'm saying? Read on.
For he had made the small and great, and
Come
care
on.
for all alike.
See that? So the Lord is fair. So we're striving to be that fairness. We're striving to be the same thing. But I do believe brothers get it personal sometimes. I do believe brothers like, damn, I wish I had that. I wish I had that status. And then when now he's coming in the truth, or she's coming in the truth, they got all the worldly things. And now, nah, that ain't fair. That ain't fair. And we ridicule them. Almost it's like you want them to come out of the truth, like the Pharisees. You don't go in the kingdom, and then you stopping other people from going in. Sometimes, remember, all men have crept in. So there's men that have crept in unaware. It was never really part of us. So it's sincere, but a sincere brother, he's gonna want whoever it is to repent, come back to the laws and the commandments, and he's not gonna use his brother or sister because what the fear of the Most High. He knows that if he do these things, the Most High gonna get him, man. So we definitely got to, as we be set up as judges, we got to judge right, and we can't be envious in our judging. We can't hate and just look for downfall, because I think that's what the brother Ratazar was also talking about. We love the downfall. Love to see this man cry. We love to see them smack. You know what I mean? Out of envious thing. We love to hear about their families being destroyed out of envy, not out of, sincerity, but out of envy. That makes us feel good. Sometimes brothers feel good when they see certain celebrities go down. It makes them feel good about their own personal failures, man. It's sad, but it's reality. It's something. Listen, man, the kingdom of heaven is within you. Once you control yourself, once you control all your emotions, once you can control your envy and all of that, you know what I mean? That's part of the kingdom of heaven. So yeah, we got work to do, man. We got work to do. With that, I yield.
Khan. Hey, Shalom, Chief. Yabashim Yashabrakatah. Welcome to the stage, King.
Shalom, yeah, what's up, Dom?
And
Shalom, brother.
Khan, King. And Quran and Revolutionary Warfare, Salaki, King. Just real quick, then we'll go right back to the queue. I just want to say thwada to Priest Ratazan and the Elder Torah for giving me that, that sharing that wisdom, and how we should be seeing things on the other side too, because it's balance to everything. I really appreciate that, Akim. I really appreciate that. But let's go right back to the queue. Hey,
Salaki,
Tony,
Hey,
real quick though.
go
Salakia.
ahead, Chief.
Salaki, real quick. The balance also is that, listen, Chris Rock ain't from my side of Brooklyn, bro. Just gotta let that be known them. He ain't
Con.
from my side. He ain't from South Brooklyn. All right, just let it be known, them. Let it be
Good,
known.
He from
good,
Brooklyn, though. He from
con,
where he
con.
from? Is
Brooklyn,
he from Bed Stuy?
hold that L, Brooklyn.
Yeah, yeah, he from Bed Stop, but he not even from he from the old Best that Clinton Hill when Clinton Hill
Crown
got
Heights.
separated from Bed Stop. Nah, he from Clinton Hill. So yeah, that Clinton Hill like borderline Fort Greene, but that man ain't he ain't from my side.
Hey, Salakia, y'all. Yeah,
Y'all gotta
definitely.
take that.
Everybody from Brooklyn know that Chris Rock don't fight, man. Right? So y'all got to stop it. But anyway, right?
BK, take that L.
His brother, yeah, I don't know if y'all said it,
His brother
but
would have rocked his jaw.
nah,
That's how
his
them Brooklyn
brother,
cats get down.
nah, yeah, your mind, his
I'm
brother.
joking, Slacky.
His brother is in the truth though. Y'all know that, right? Did anybody bring that up?
Yeah, Priest
Yeah, me and
Daniela brought it
Daniela
out.
was bringing that
Okay,
out.
good.
Yeah, and I know from everybody hates Chris that his brother was always into martial arts. You know what I'm saying? So I know Will Smith will never try that with his brother. But let's find the balance here because I was listening in, while I'm making my morning runs and everything. And there is a balance to it because we don't want to scare people from the truth. We don't want to see like we just waiting on anything our people do, then we jumping on their case. We don't want to seem like that. But also the example is too because a lot of our people in this world look up to wicked ass people because Esau has strategically put these people in places of power. So we do have to, you know, at least discuss the matters that what's going on and point out the incorrect matters, right? Point out incorrections and do corrections. Yahweh Shai says, anybody that I love, I rebuked, right? But then it also says in the book of Jeremiah to destroy, but also to build back up. So never be like, having the false balance of you rebuking a brother and correction, but then you don't want to, also lean in and bring that brother back up and say, you know what, brother, you are chosen though. You are special though. You are, you know what I'm saying, that light that's supposed to shine, but this the way you're supposed to shine. This the way you're supposed to be around your people. This how you're supposed to move as royalty. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of these celebrities, man, yeah. You know, in Babylon, these guys are considered royalty. So if you are royalty, and then plus you're royalty by bloodline, you are supposed to move a certain way as a royal king. You know what I'm saying? As a royal princess or queen, you're supposed to move in a certain way. You know, this is the example of how we're supposed to, you know, build and destroy. You understand? Destroy the mindset of Babylon, but also build your people up. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Most High God told Jeremiah, man. You're supposed to build and destroy and build. So we definitely got to have that balance, you know. And also, we don't want to have respect of persons when it comes to this truth, because like we don't want this to end up like Islam. And I'm gonna say that, and you know, even though the brother Kevin Gates, when I see him talk, I can see the brother's very intelligent, and he's a Muslim. But then again, he could claim Islam and still be as off as he want to be. We can't have the truth turn into that, all because we want celebrities to be in the truth too. If celebrities in the truth, yeah, we're gonna give him time to get his act together. But then again, he just can't move anyway. He can't be like, yo, I'm an Israelite. Then you see him in the strip club, still tossing dollars, making whores out of his women, smoking big spliffs in the camera. Like we just
Like
can't let these
Kodak Black.
celebrities do.
Like
What
Kodak
you
Black.
said? Like Kodak
Salaki.
Black, right? Kodak Black, you know, he put he's an Israelite in a video. You know, he went back and forth, you know, with Priest Kahan, but he's still like he's basically still in the world. You know what I'm saying? We just like us in the truth. Like I'd rather the truth not even get any type of light at all. If the light it do get is with an off ass person and he's doing everything that worldly nigga do. Now anybody think they could just put on fringes and claim to be an Israelite. You know what I'm saying? They could do all sorts of wickedness. So we do got to have a balance, and we can't stop correcting our people with no respect to person. And I yield on that.
Khan Salakia. Just to add, I don't know if anybody has said it, but I kind of think this is a distraction. They distract us. You know, you got a lot of unity camps going on. You got a lot of building going on between Israel, whether it's, you know, out in the streets, on the highways and the hedges, and the camps coming together, which is something, you know, that is appreciated by you know the young Israelites and the babes coming in when they get the chance to see the different leaders of the camps come together and the different soldiers and the officers come together. And I think that what they do is they send out these little distractions, whether it's beef with rappers getting killed, R. Kelly, you know, getting arrested, all these different type of things. I think that's what Esau does. He allows, you know, his agents to get out there and do certain things, which kind of distract us away from what we've been doing and how we've been building. So, you know, it was fun to see. Like Chief just said, you know, that's not my side of Brooklyn. Chris Rock is from, and you know, Will Smith being from Philly. You know what I mean? So that's two of the biggest cities in America. And what they do is they use these things, I think, to distract us. And I think it kind of says that in Mark chapter 4, the distractions of the world, you know, is what they use to try and get us off of the build that we've been having, and we've been having such great builds, and coming against Esau and his kingdom. So let's just not let this distract us from the truth, and keep building. And with that, I yield.
God
It's a
Salaki. One
teaching
thing I
moment.
want to say.
Salakia. It's a teaching moment. You know what I mean? And I ain't letting y'all Brooklyn cats off, because if he was from the Bronx, y'all would be getting on us, man. So y'all just gotta hold it. He's from Brooklyn.
If
It's just
Hold
if
the L.
and then
Hold the
if
Chief
he
L.
would be
if,
he would be
if
holding. I
uh,
would have to hold that
if he
if
was
he was from the Bronx.
elder, if he was from the Bronx, nobody would have went near him because he'd have roaches and rats coming out of his pockets, bro. Stop it, stop it.
Hold the L, BK. But nah.
Dusty Bronx, man. Y'all some dusty dudes.
But nah,
Nobody
this
trying
ain't.
to touch y'all. Nobody gonna smack y'all. You gotta shoot y'all from far distance. Huh? Y'all some
Hey,
dust.
stop it.
Yeah. If COVID had a COVID had a face, it would be the Bronx.
Man, hey, stop it, Chief. Stop it, man. Go
Hey,
ahead, your son.
as far as a distraction though, us as Israelites, we don't get distracted for too long. I mean, we can get distracted, but like we'll talk about this for a few hours, and then the next topic at 5 o'clock will be something different. So we don't too much, as Israelites, the world gets distracted and they stay distracted. But as Israelites, we don't stay on one subject forever. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think there's nothing to worry about in Israel. I know the previous brother said let's not get distracted. Now we really don't get distracted for too long. We stay on point because brothers got to go to camp the next day. You know what I'm saying? So how the hell brother gonna go to camp and still be thinking about this? Nah, brothers stay on point. So I don't really think that's an issue.
But nobody's. Did anybody bring up Jada Pinkett? How she, because everybody talks about Kanye West mental breakdown. Is anybody bringing up the fact that this demon is giving Will Smith a mental breakdown? You know what I'm saying? She's causing havoc also, spiritually and mentally. And see, don't stir away from that because that's a wicked ass demon, man. All right, that chick is wicked as hell, and she got that man having a mental breakdown. He already had a mental breakdown, so he don't got it all up there. And I mean, that's the Hollywood spirit anyway. But she just add more fuel to the fire. She emasculated that man, publicly. You know what I'm saying? So that right there, any man, you get emasculated. It's one thing to argue with your wife, and you in the house, and she saying whatever, all type of shit come out of mouth in the house. Okay, cool, whatever. But you gonna say some crazy stuff publicly? Now it's a little different ball game. Cause we could keep it in the house, okay, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You want to say, when the first thing in the world when Eve get mad at you, well, you little nigga, you know what I'm saying? You got a little, and so that mentality. Okay, you understand it, but when you go on a public red carpet platform and emasculate a man that since his teenage years he been in the spotlight. You know what I'm saying? He been a Hollywood celebrity since his teenage years. So, and a hip hop celebrity at that as well. So when you do stuff like that, man, people forget about that. And the man still, he's still trying to hold her down and be righteous and having honor towards his wife and protecting and being that protector for his wife. But look at the damage demon is causing. That's a lot of damage that spirit is causing on this man. You know what I mean? So yeah, just keep that in mind. I don't know if brother spoke about that, but she don't get a pass. Not in my book. That demon don't get a pass. You could see the spirits in her face. She got all types of spirits right in the face. Her aura. She got that same spirit she had in Gotham, in the show Gotham. That's her spirit. That's that demon. So yeah, just keep that in mind.
Hey, Salak, yeah, just to land me back on what Chief Ephraim was saying. There you go, right there, y'all. Y'all check out the article I just posted up or the YouTube video I just pinged. Jada Pickett admits sex life with Will Smith is difficult to maintain. Basically, like Ephraim was saying, like, damn, like she be emasculating that man publicly. Right now, she's just saying like, yo, this dude don't be hitting it right. Basically, so yeah, man, she be giving that man hell on all levels. Like that man definitely going insane over that.
talk about a man's foes shall be them out of his own household, man. Sometimes it's your significant other, man. Sometimes it be the hell with your parents, the hell with your children. It be your damn woman, man, or it be your husband. You see what I'm saying? Either or, especially when you in this world. It's different, and as Israelites, awoken commandment keeping Israelites is different because you already the law and the spirit you're supposed to be abiding in. But they don't, and they don't give a damn. And everything now is for the clout. They don't care what they say, what they do, as long as they can get some views and they can get some type of attention. Because one of the last thing this bro did was Gotham, and he done cut the show off. That was a good damn show, man. They done cut the damn show off. You know what I'm saying? So before that, what relevancy was her? Did she have? She didn't have no relevancy. So now she's still she the talk of the town. You see what I'm saying? They do this. They throw they whole family under the bus because she technically threw a whole family under the bus when she did that. You emasculated the head of the household, and you throw them under the bus, and now your kids got to hear this dumb stuff, and they all bug the hell out they got their minds as well. You see what I'm saying? So you done did all of this, man, and you know we know better, but that you did it for clout. You did it for attention. Cause you could have kept that shit to yourself, or you could have spoke to a psychiatrist. You could have spoke to your best friend on the low. Tell her keep this in secret. I need somebody to vent to, but you vent to the whole damn world. Y'all gotta watch that. That ain't no prime example to be a woman or a man. You don't take your business, especially with your husband or your wife, and you put that shit on social media. Any goddamn argument, any arguments with anybody, you're not supposed to put it on social media. But especially with your significant other, man. You're supposed to love your woman as you love yourself. You're supposed to love your husband as you love yourself. So don't ever take whatever the hell if y'all arguing back and forth. You don't ever take that shit to social media, man. If your husband got this what was it? How you say priest Daniela? This rectal
Erectile dysfunction.
right, this rectal dysfunction because that happens a lot as well. That's why priest Daniela be selling the
The
those
the
powders, man.
the Benjamite things, the Benjamite
Yeah,
things.
the Benjamite things. You know what I'm saying? And that happens. A lot of brothers don't eat right. A lot of brothers don't exercise right. You know what I'm saying? You still lie. You still got a lot of things going on inside your body, so you need a little help. But you don't take that shit to social media because at one time, damn it, I believe your husband was doing it right. So try to help him and get him back to that, man. Holla at Peace Daniela for the hookup. You know what I'm saying? But you don't bring that out into the to social media world, man. That's crazy. And what
And you
about of
know,
a woman? What about a woman? She start getting older. Now them liquids ain't flowing no more. Now you got the dry spot. You know what I'm saying? You got the dry itch. You know what I mean? Your joint ain't moving. It ain't ever living waters no more. like shower park. So now you ain't gonna bring that out to the open. When women get older, she be start going to menopause. When she start going through menopause, guess what? That joint dries the desert. You need the lubricant. You know what I'm saying? That's the way things go, man. But you don't take that shit to social media, man. You know what I'm saying? So just keep that in mind, Israel. Don't be like them. I yield.
yeah, Chief, you said she ain't got
Salakia,
the ever living
Salakia.
water anymore.
Uh,
Yeah, no
the
ever living
precepts,
waters, man.
a few
Goddamn.
precepts come to mind with Jada, um, and her ill conduct toward her husband. Isaiah 3:18 through 24, and Sirach 39:28, because Chris Rock could have been used as that vengeful spirit
when he was talking about her hair falling out. It made that quote about G.I. Jane. If you saw the expression on her face after he said that, he struck that demon's heart. I yield on that.
Yeah, she going through Isaiah 3:16. She got a whole lot. She got a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? And she shamed her husband publicly, and the Most High brought it back on the big stage on her dumb ass. You see what I'm saying? That's how the Most High work. The Most High work like that, man. You think you got away? Boom, G.I. Jane. And Chris Rock probably didn't know she had that curse on her. Was it called? What was that damn sickness she got?
Alopecia.
Harapesian. Yeah,
Alopecia.
yeah, she got that stuff going on, man. That's a curse. But you went and publicly this, and that's just to show you the love that your husband got for your wicked ass. You see what I'm saying? Because you shamed him publicly, and he came to your rescue publicly. You see what I'm saying? Because that show you he moved differently, even after getting shamed like that. Because people could say, "Oh, he a simp, he a simp." Nah, nah. He's showing his love and he's doing his job still because they still married. I mean, they've been divorced spiritually. She done. Who knows how many rods she done had in her? But yeah, keep that in mind. She shamed him publicly, but he didn't shame her publicly. You know what I'm saying? He came to her rescue. He was a knight in shining armor, but she got shamed publicly, and that's from the Most High. Damn it, you know what I mean? That's why it hurt to the bone.
Hey, Chief, remember, actually, Priest brought this up earlier, right? And we did put an article up. They have like an open relationship. So a lot of what's going on right now is they're just trying to fix the them wickedness they put in their own relationship. That's really what's going on. So it ain't nothing special, right? That Will is going up there trying to defend his wife and all that, you know. It's just straight madness, man. This is why you cannot entertain things that are out of order into your marriage, right? You cannot accept it. Do not entertain it. Yeah, it might sound cool at the moment, right? And you know that's Jada's idea, man.
Yeah, a lot of ribs. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can hear me, right?
Khan, we hear you, King.
A lot of ribs that's against polygyny. You know what I'm saying? They be saying stuff like, well, if you get to have multiple wives, shouldn't I get to have multiple men? But that's the deal Will struck with Jada, and that shit got their whole spirit off of the whole family. His spirit off, he going crazy. Like she emasculating him on the red table, got him crying. She talking about his sex life with him is difficult. Of course, if other men is rotting you down, you know what I'm saying? Like what's going on? It's because of that open relationship, man. It's meant for a man to have another wife, but it's not meant for a woman to have another husband. Hold on. Right? It's meant for him. It's meant for him to have another wife, but it's not meant for her to have another husband. That's why he going crazy. That's why their son is effeminate and their daughter's masculine. Right? So at the time, they might have seemed like a good idea. Well, she get to do her, I get to do me, but that's not according to the laws of God, man. And we see the results right now. And I yield.
Yeah, Khan. Yeah, that's definitely out of order. Because Will is not marrying any of the women that he's with. So, and let's make this clear. Nobody is laughing at their situation. All right. I don't want brothers and sisters to think that that's what's going on here. Because to be honest with you, that's not how I felt even when we started having this conversation. But I can see why brothers will bring up that point, and we do need to be careful, right? Even if we're using this as an example of what not to do and try to teach Israel through it, but we do need to be careful where we're not looking at it as a laughing situation and we're just laughing at our people going through certain things, right? I want to make that clear because, like I said, even starting this room, we didn't even go on that route with it. Yeah, there was some point that were brought up that might have seemed that way, but it wasn't like a big thing where we were all just laughing at their fall and what they're going through because we know what the scripture speaks about that, right? So we're not laughing at them, making fun of them, saying, it's just we just can't follow them as an example. But basically, that's what it really boils down to. All right, they're not anybody to esteem to. They're not anybody to look up to. Right, in the nation of Israel, as an example of a power couple. Right, as they say. All right, we're going to teach that part. Right, we're not going to look up to them as people that we should follow. Right, because their ways are wicked. It is what it is. Right. So I just want to make sure I put that out there. If you in the audience, you have anything to add to the topic, please raise your hand, come up to the stage. Just stay in order. Even if you differ in how you think about the situation. And I love the fact that Ratazar came and brought a different sight on it, right? That we were not really looking at in a deep level like that. All right. And we want more brothers, if you're in the nation, you're in the truth or out of the truth, come on up and add to the build. All right. This is Crown of Thorns. This is your kosher brunch now. All right. Will Smith slap Chris Rock, right? Leviticus 19 and 18. All right. Is that what that's dealing with? All right. And with that, I'm going to yield to the panel if anybody else have anything else to say to the stage.
Yeah, but this is just the stars falling from heaven too, man. This is a star. We getting to see the fall, the mental and the spiritual fall of literally an icon that was part of all of our raising in Babylon. All of us, Will Smith played a part in all of our lives, whether it was listening to his music, whether it was watching Fresh Prince of Bel Air, because you can't tell me, we wasn't watching that coming home after school with them shows, during that time period. You know what I'm saying? That summertime, that one joint he got, that he got a couple joints, but that joint right there, that resonate in your soul, man. Back then, even when you hear it now, it's like it bring you back to when it used to be cool in the hood, man. So he resonates with a lot of us, and a lot of us see, uh, uh indulged with what he created in life, and now we're seeing him falling. That's part of prophecy, man. We're gonna see that the stars are gonna fall from the heavens. So this is part of that. This is part of that, and you're seeing Babylon falling. Because it is what it is. What have these celebrities done for us as a people? Okay, when they start, they do a little. They throw in a little. A couple of tax write offs here and there, a little charity. But to bring it all back home, these celebrities they live in their belly, man. They don't care about Israel. They don't care about us. Now we're not mocking them, but this is supposed to happen. And all these celebrities that sold they soul and did bow down to Baal. You know what I'm saying? Because these are the ones that bow to Baal. The Mosai said he left a remnant that wouldn't bow a knee to Baal. These are the ones that did bow. So they by them bowing, their time is temporary. Their kingdom is temporary. Only Yahweh kingdom is going to be everlasting. You see? So their kingdom is temporary. So we gonna see this fall. And don't be surprised when you start seeing more of these mental and spiritual breakdowns from people that, these celebrities that we at one time either idolize or worship ourselves. There ain't nobody 40, 45, over 45 and under that can't say at one time in their life they didn't want to be the Fresh Prince of Bel Air, man. They didn't want to have Jeffrey the Butler. You know what I'm saying? They at one time you wanted that. At one time you wanted that. You wanted to have a rich uncle, a rich family. You see what I'm saying? They sold us a fantasy, man. So What goes up must come down, man. Unless it's the kingdom of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. So just keep that in mind. We're not gloating, but don't be shocked when it happens. Look at Kanye. Kanye got banned from that damn thing. How you gonna ban him when he's the artist? What the hell is a Kim Kardashian? What is her profession? She's a reality star. And it's because of what she's done. She's a reality star. She doesn't have a profession. But they'll destroy this man and keep her in there. So just keep that in mind, Israel. This is supposed to happen. You're gonna see a lot more niggas bugging out, a lot of celebrities bugging out, and don't be surprised when you see it. Don't mock them, but just understand it's supposed to happen because they took that knee. They didn't take the Kaepernick knee. They took that knee to Ba'a. So yeah, I yield.
Yeah, Chief, you're right. You're right, Chief. The stars of heaven shall fall. You know what I mean? And we like to see them go down, and it is. But I tell you one thing, Chief. I like to see the Nets lose. I'm glad they lost to Charlotte. That's something else. But like he said, yeah, the stars of heaven. You know what I mean? That's a great scripture. That's a great scripture that Chief brought out, man. The stars of heaven. Because that's what it is. That's what we were speaking about earlier. You saw that mental breakdown. That's and the Lord is showing you this, man. For him to be crying on TV and this and that. Now, I know some brothers to say, "Oh, it was all stage or whatever." But at what point do we look at what the Lord said He was going to do? The Lord is using an example, and this is not the down. This is not to rejoice, because the scriptures say, "Don't rejoice that your enemies fall." So this is not to rejoice that their household is destroyed and dysfunctional, but this is a time to look at you moving, and how it's better to be under the umbrellas of the Lord than to be where these cats are, no matter how much money they got. You understand? You having that spiritual foundation. You see what I'm saying? You having that, because the Bible said the whole head is sick. It also talks about you could have money, but if you have continuous sickness, what good is that? And a lot of that, we look at the physical, but we don't look at the mental sickness of what they going under. You know what I mean? We don't look at that. So as the Bible talks about a sound mind, we don't rejoice that we have a sound mind in the spirit of the Most High Yahweh Shah. So this is an example for us to look at all these things, all these dynamics, as they say, and to rejoice that we are under the spirit of the Lord, and the Lord is with us. You
Got
see what
something.
I'm saying? Get this asshole off, man, whoever he is. But with that,
The hell
Uh,
with that.
oh, go ahead. Sorry about
Um,
that.
nah, you good, Toby. All praises. I did want to bring out a scripture real quick, right? Because we're bringing out the judgment, but let's add that balance to it. We know will is not our enemy in any way. um, but if you're not doing the will of God, if you want to be technical according to the scripture, you're not with us, right? But when I say enemy, I don't mean like we hate him and we want to destroy him and all that stuff, right? But I'm gonna bring out a quick scripture, then I'm gonna yield to you. Actually, I'll go back to the queue and get people to speak that haven't spoken. This is Matthew chapter 5 and verse 43. It says, "Ye have heard that it had been said, Thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thy enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you, right, and prosecute you." Now we know the enemies that it's talking about here are people of your own nation, not other nations. Okay, Israelites, right? We know that Will Smith do not keep the law, and I did want to touch on a point that Priest brought up earlier. A lot of us
When we came into this truth, yes, we did not like speed up and kept the laws and did everything. But the difference, though, between us and some of the celebrities that I'm going to point out is a lot of us, when we came into it, some of us, not all of us, we knew what was at stake when we were reading the scriptures. A lot of it resonated to us. So we did not waste time. We made haste to start, living this lifestyle. I've always confessed that I was the one that struggled. It, wa- you know, I struggled keeping the Sabbath when I first came in because I was so used to making money on the weekends, right? So I would definitely attest to myself that I had issues when I first came in the truth, right? But I prayed for that. I fast. But the difference is a lot of times, with us and or just certain brothers and certain sisters with compared to the celebrities, a lot of us we understood what we had to do. We humbled down. We fasted, prayed, and asked the Most High to take certain demons away from us. Right? I'm not saying that some celebrities cannot do that, or some of them are not doing that, right? But a lot of times when you're in that position of power and you have money, right? You look at everything in your mind of what you're going to lose. And it's not to say that brothers in this truth don't have money. Some brothers got money, but a lot of times they don't make it known. They're not out there. Some sisters, the same thing, right? But the thing is, we understand the importance of putting the Most High first, right? Certain brothers and sisters understand that concept, right? We know that we don't lead by our money. Of course, we don't have anything close to what Will Smith has, right? Or what this other celebrities have, or even the status or the reach that they have. And brothers brought up that point of the fact that they can just put one tweet out and it goes out to the masses, but it's a balance to that too, right? Because if you do that, then you turn around and you fall back to wickedness. Now, these people that you were leading, and so-called them knowing who they are, now you're causing confusion, right? Yes, we can benefit from that with people coming in, but at the same time, it could be a stumbling block to us too, right? But again, none of this is controlled by any of us. The Most High controls everybody. Whoever comes to Him is because of it's His will, not our will, right? All we can do is teach our people. And yes, we do have to apply the balance because yes, brothers did bring us some good point, but at the same time, we cannot have no respects of persons, man. Like that's very big in Israel. We cannot do that, right? Yes, I agree with brothers on certain points about mocking and making jokes. I got that. But at the same time, we got to judge these celebrities, man, that have been wicked because they're in a spot where they can be doing something different, but they choosing to promote wickedness to our people. And that has caused us to be in the position that we're in. Some of these celebrities are making us fall as a people, right? You can read it all over the scriptures too, right? Our leaders have caused us to err. So this is why we cannot just give them a pass and say, well, they're struggling, they're trying to learn. Yeah, we all struggling and trying to learn, right? We're all going through it. There's nothing special about them. Only difference is they have status and money. That's really it. But anyways, with that, I'm gonna yield. We're gonna go back to the queue. Brother Tobiah, welcome to the stage. Go ahead, the floor is yours, King. And Salaki for
Shalom, brothers. Shalom.
Shalom.
Yeah, I had a scripture. I'm on Plantation Drive, and I had a scripture I wanted to pull out. It's about the scoffers. But, Will Smith, I mean, like you said, we all grew up watching him, wanted to be the Fresh Prince. When they came on, us as young men, we just felt some type of way. You know, um, I'm 46 years old now, and this is before I even came into the truth. I remember when Will Smith and Jada Pinkett had, they never were really coming to the truth, but they were busy pushing that doctrine for what's the name of them organizations all celebrities go to, the Scientology. So they were into that Scientology. They had that open relationship. And then when somebody may have brought this out earlier before I came on, but supposedly Will Smith was already married prior to being with Jada. And so right there, you know, I didn't see how any blessings would come in. It's just like you said, to get that money, especially being in that industry. And we see that with a lot of people now. I mean, like you said, we're gonna see these stars falling because the other couple, Gabrielle Union and I host a brother named basketball player. I don't watch sports like I used to. Dwayne Wade. He the same thing with him. He left his wife, which I believe she was a pastor, supposedly, but women's not supposed to. Anyway, but anyway, yeah. But he left his wife for her, and here they are for years trying. Every time she gets pregnant, she can't hold the baby. So I don't know if there was like a judgment from the Most High. You know, um, for what she's been doing. And then also dressing his son up like a. She wanted to push that lifestyle on his son, encouraged it instead of him stepping up like a man. Hey, no, my son's not going to be wearing a dress. My son's not going to be feminine. He allowed her to step into the household and take control and take charge. And she had to. My wife and I just went through IVF to have our first child. Because she had PCOS. But with her, she could never do it because her and Dwayne Wade tried for years. So she had to have somebody else to carry her seed. I mean, her embryos. So I mean, like one of your brothers brought out, sometimes I believe it's their judgment that's going to catch them. They believe because they make so much money and they have that celebrity status, they can't be touched. I'll yield with that.
Con. Good points, I. You know, and a point that I brought out earlier, right? And I want to know if brothers want to touch upon it, right? Hey, did brother Tovia and brother Segun, did y'all get a chance to dialogue?
I didn't, brother. I'm still on patrol. I just turned on when I had me a little time here, so I didn't get to really run dialogue with you.
All right, so you want to touch upon the first subject matter before I bring something else out?
See here, Will Smith and Chris Rock. No, that'll be it for me right now, brother.
All right, Con. Brother Segun, are you there? The thing I wanted to bring out, y'all, right? Let me move this guy, but the thing I wanted to bring out, y'all, and I hope y'all listening. All this talk about Chris Rock, right? Right. All this talk about Chris Rock and Will Smith is overshadowing what our people can take as an example of brotherly love, because Denzel Washington, he had the honor to give his brother Samuel Jackson a reward, and there was no hate amongst them brothers, even though they could have been competitive to see who's the best black actor. Denzel Washington was happy to give his brother an accolade or whatever, and also he was more than happy to hug his brother and congratulate him. That type of thing they didn't even have on air. They could have pre-recorded it and played it again once the commercial break was over, but they wanted to give Samuel Jackson, who's one of my favorite actors, right?
Uh,
Wanted to give him an award without no cameras on, and his brother gave it to him. It was such a moment of brotherly love. Like, there was no, like, there's hardly any media coverage of it at all. But everybody want to talk about a brother violating another brother. So y'all want to touch upon that subject?
Yeah, I didn't even know about that until you just brought that out. I mean,
I'm gonna look for it. I'm gonna look for the article talking about it.
okay, yeah, because I mean, and that's always been, like you brothers know, like I work in law enforcement. I see so many different crimes and stuff that happen with Esau, and I would never see it on the news. And I'm wondering why is it never on the news? But it could be one of us that can do a petty crime, such as steal a pair of shoes or something, and they want to magnify it and blow it up to more than what it should be. But and it's like anything that's then like we have a brother up here that gave some land to some other families up here, some other Israelite families gave them some land because out of kindness of his heart. They never spoke about it. Spoke about it within the community, but it never made the media. It never made the news. Anything showing brotherly love, it's never emphasized or shown. They always want to show us as the deviant individuals that we're not.
That's why I was saying it's a distraction. There was some other stuff that was going on in the community, especially, and like Elder Shawquar just brought out, man. They got us looking at two people that we both look up to. You know, everybody hates Chris, Will Smith, with the Fresh Prince. You know, these two brothers been in our lives for a while, and they from two of the biggest cities. And next thing you know, the whole world is waking. I'm not saying it's distracting Israel, because we keep our mind focused and set first on the kingdom and keeping the law, statutes, and commandments to the Most High through Yahweh. But the rest of the world, people that are babes in it, people that haven't even gotten introduced to it yet, and meaning the truth. Now all of a sudden, you know, the whole world is talking about one black man smacking another black man, and you know, through the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, we've had our elders teach us and use it as a teaching standpoint. So all praises to the Most High. But they just want to distract us and get us not uh, get us off of one accord. So all praises to the Most High that the elders is bringing it out and rightly dividing the situation for us. With that, I yield.
Khan Salaki, real quick. Shalpar, I do have the link up there. Also, that is a great point brothers are bringing up and touching up on what Shalpar brought out, right? We understand these two brothers, they're not really keeping any laws, but at the same time, it's an example and a public example of how we can love each other, right? And respect each other, right? That's just one scene there. We can't really judge everything based on that. But those are what we want to see because image is very important, right? They knew what they were doing by allowing that to air like that, right? And then promoting it and giving it so much airtime than, you know, the situation between Samuel L. Jackson and Denzel Washington, right? These devils know what they're doing, right? Even in a joking matter, they're still promoting violence against us promoting violence against each other, right? So yeah, it is deeper than what we're seeing. Um, you know, but again, these are the prices that a lot of these celebrities, they really sold their soul, right? You talking about brothers that have worn dresses, right? I mean, we can't put all that stuff to the side, man. Like, I get it, we got to be patient with them, and I'm with that. But man, when you've gone down much wickedness, it's like, when do you just say, you know what, I'm good on the money now, man. It's time to start really teaching my people righteousness, right? You get older and you're still seeking money that bad, like, you know, forget your people. I'm just going to keep lying to them and keep teaching them, you know, lies so I can please my master. And that's another thing. We shouldn't let Esau off the hook because that's the damn devil behind this, right? Yes, our people have a choice. They could say no. They could set up lines that they will not cross because nobody's telling you not to make your money, right? Make your money. But again and again, all right, don't sell your soul, man, to make that money, right? If that's the spirit you're moving in when you judging these celebrities, that has nothing to do with jealousy at all. That has nothing to do with the money they got. It ain't got absolutely nothing to do about that. It's straight off the scriptures, right? It's righteous judgment. You're judging them based on what they admitting themselves, right? So let's not lose track here, man. You know, and stop being like these damn Christian church that accept everybody. Well, you're not perfect. We just accept you. Because you could easily fall into that with that, you know, oh, let's just let it slide then. Yes, we to have mercy for each other, but we still got to, you know, maybe tell them, listen, that's not acceptable, man. You're an example to some of our children. You know, and they look up to some of these celebrities. But with that, I'm going to yield if anybody else have anything to add on.
Yeah, brother, when you made that point, you know, it reminds me of, I got to go back and find Dave Chappelle because he spoke about that in the industry, you know, how they're controlled and if you don't do certain things and how they expect for you to do certain things within that industry. And that's when he had, you know, right before he fell off, when he came back. but you see it. Just like the brother, what was his name, that does the Wild and Out show, Nick Cannon, how they did him, in that industry. That it's that money. They're chasing that money.
Salakia, y'all, and when everybody get a chance to just watch that embrace, that brotherly love. This is more like Leviticus 19, verses 17 through 18. Like I said, even though these guys aren't wearing fringes and keeping commandments, it's still a better example for our people than to just see, oh, he slapped this man, or ha ha ha, Will Smith, West Philadelphia, then got one up on Brooklyn, and Chris Rock, you know what I'm saying? How could you let that man do that to you? Or, Will Smith, man, that's all because your wife is doing this to you. This is a better example for our people. So let's not forget about this right here, and let's give it more light than the people in the world is going to ever give it. They'd even let this play on the television. This is a legendary moment. You know, like me and Ari always say, they always talk about, oh, the first black this, the first black that. Well, this is the first award that they gave this man Samuel Jackson after he grossed more in movies because the Avengers movies, the other movies he been a part of, like he been part of a lot of blockbuster movies, Like he grossed the most more than any other actor. Y'all could look it up. Samuel Jackson, he grossed a lot. You know what I'm saying? He been in a lot of movies, whether you know it or not. A lot of movies and a lot of box office busting movies he been in. So this man has the numbers, but he never had an award to match until this time. And Esau shunned that, and he tried to keep that in the dark, especially the embrace from a person that should be his competition, Denzel Washington, right? But it seemed like these brothers are not competing with each other, but in all actuality, they're glad for each other. You know what I'm saying? They're humble enough to say, "Hey, this is what we're doing, man. We celebrating each other." That's much better than, Chris Rock joking on an adulterous woman, than her husband, deciding to come against a brother in his nation. And I yield.
Yeah, brothers. That brotherly love is, man. It's nothing like it. I mean, last weekend I had to go. I got on the call, which generally I just do my missing and exploited children calls, but I did some overtime and there was a fight going on, and it was two brothers out there fighting, two big brothers, and man, I'm only 5'9", so I'm not gonna go between two brothers over 6 foot throwing hands. I'm gonna let them, wait till my backup come, or let them tire out as long as I don't see no weapon. So I kept giving them verbals to break it up, and finally, one of the brothers knocked the other brother out. Then I had never seen this before. He wouldn't have helped after he knocked him out. He was huffing and puffing. He helped the brother up. They shook hands, man, and hugged each other, and like, man, the squash is over with. They hugged and went about their separate ways. Like, yeah, man, it's over with. And everybody's like, oh, man, you gonna let him knock you out and do this and do that? And I'm like, dude, he said it was over with. The brothers, they battled it out. I don't condone us putting our hands on each other. But after that battle was done, the brothers, man, I had never seen two brothers fight like that. Get up, shake hands, hug each other, and say, it's squash, it's over. We good now. And go about their business. I'll yield with that.
Yo, that is crazy when you look at Samuel Jackson. If you analyze it, he grossed 27 billion. I think they said, which is the most of ever of an actor. But yet his income is 250 million, which a lot of people say, wow, $250 million. That's a lot, but is it a lot for when you gross 27 billion? Is it really? Would that be a white actor? If a white actor grossed that amount of money, would his estimate income, his net worth be 250 billion? I mean 250 million? No way. It just shows you how they just build off of us, man. Build up, and that's just everything. That's all. That's just everything, man. And when you look at Michael Jordan, how much he made for Nikes, and when you look at all these different, athletes and stuff and actors, it just shows you how much they build, how much money they build off of us, man. It's crazy.
That's so true, brother. When what Black Panthers they came out, they had the salaries. I got to go back and look at the salaries, but it wasn't much. It was like the brothers was getting like 250,000. I think Forrest Whitaker got like 90,000. They were getting just like a couple of thousand. But then the white actors, they were comparing what they were making off of, they made that Black Panther made a lot of money. People want to see it because we were in it, but the white actors got in the millions, while these other black actors got like in the thousands, small, pennies on the dollar. Like you said, they feed off of us.
They shall be the head and we shall be the tail, man. That's what it is. That's why you can't tell us we ain't the people of this book, man. Like it everything points back to us and everything points back to who the devil is, man. This Bible is so real and so vivid. You can't make it up. You know, and it's not only him. Like everything we do, you look at LeBron James. They said he's became a billionaire. He's been in the NBA for 19 seasons, right? 18, 19 seasons. You, you know how much money he grossed for the NBA? You know how much money he grossed for Nike if he just became a billionaire after 19 seasons? He brought in billions every season he played for every endorsement, for his jerseys being sold, for Nike, for Gatorade, whatever endorsements this man has. He made billions every season for everybody else. And it took him 19 seasons through all his endorsements and his NBA contracts and everything else to actually become a billionaire. You can only imagine all these NBA players, all these football players, they get paid millions, hundreds of millions, 200 million. I forgot who just got a 200. Who was the first NBA player that got 200 million? I forgot, but now there's a couple of them. If the NBA is giving you 200 million for 5 seasons, imagine what you gross for them. They getting peanuts. It may be a whole lot to us, but they getting peanuts off the dollar. Esau not gonna invest in you that much and take a loss. Esau not gonna cut even with you. You getting peanuts off the dollar. What was the dude? Remember the old owner of the LA Clippers when he was like Donald Sterling. He was like, "Oh, we give you cars, we give you houses, we give you this, we make you rich, we give you all the women, but you still a slave, nigga." And that's what they did back then. The gladiators, the athletes, the entertainers, those that entertained the musicians. They gave them the good stuff in slavery. They're like, "Oh, you got to take care of him. That's my finest violin player right there. That's my finest guitarist. You got to take care of him," and send him all the slave women. You get to pick whatever you want. You get to give him the finest wines, give him the finest liquors, and that's what they do today. So now they just giving you money. And once again, 200 million is a whole lot to us. But believe it or not, remember Esau's still spending old slave money. A lot of these Edomites ain't even touching their new money. They not touching their new money. This old slave money. You go in a lot of these towns down south, cause I see it. I could sense this stuff, man. We was in New Orleans. New Orleans, all of that was old slave money, man. It looked like they're not even touching their new money. They made that much money off of slavery. And then they own everything. So a lot of them, you look at Donald Trump, he ain't pay no taxes. These billionaires don't pay no damn taxes. And most of the billionaires is who? Esau. You got a couple of us sprinkled here and there, and they part of that elite also. But they don't pay nothing. They don't get the same. They don't suffer like we do. So just understand that that's all we are to this economy. You are a slave, whether you're a high paid slave or you're a minimum wage slave. You still are a slave in this economy, in this setup, and there's nothing we can do about it until Shiloh comes. And that's it. You know what I'm saying? But we can break the shackles off our minds and our spirits. But just understand that this ain't our kingdom and this ain't our rest. Now you
Con. Come with a
Con.
quick precept, if you don't mind, brother Ari. It be out of the Amplified Bible, though. Hebrews chapter 12 and 2. It's just the way they word it. I like it. It says, looking away from all that will distract us and focusing our eyes on Yahushua, who is the author and perfecter of faith. So that's all I think this is, man. No matter what, I respect everybody's point. Everybody's bringing this. Is a great bill for us, as El Torah said. It's a great teaching moment. But we got to look away from everything that's going to distract us, man. We right on the edge, right on the cusp of this thing, man. I seen all praises to the chief. All praises to the Yahweh Shai for protecting the chief and the camp out there and Shawpar. I seen the brothers out there this weekend going through it. And that's what's going on, man. We right on the edge of this thing. We got a lot of people, coming back to following the law, statutes, and commandments because they want to show the Most High that they love Him. And Esau is ready to do everything he can do. Biden was over there in Poland. He was talking real reckless. The Democrats is not happy with him. The Republicans is not happy. So it's a lot they don't want us talking about the prophecies. They rather have us talking about beef. And you know like Biggie said, man, what's beef? Your moms ain't safe up in the streets, man. These dudes is cool. I'm pretty sure him and Chris Rock gonna go have a drink, talk it over. Next thing you know, next year they'll both be in a movie together or something like that. And we gotta stay focused. So that's all. And I'm young in the truth. So for me, I just want to stay focused, man. I don't want to talk about all this beef. We was doing good on Ketanji Brown. We went hard on Ketanji Brown last week. Brought out some really great points, and we know it's agents, we know it's people out there listening. That's in the higher ups. So to me, that's why I say they trying to distract us. So like Hebrews 12 and 2 said, we got to look away from all that's going to distract us. And with that, I yield.
Con. What Bible was that, though?
Amplified.
Yeah, we want to kind of stick to the King James still, even though I know what the point was good, but we still just, you know what I mean? Because we got people listening. We want them to stick to that King James right now. You know what I'm saying?
Khan, Elder Khan.
Um, yeah, go ahead, Ari. You want to say something?
No, I was just gonna say, like, the agents that were out there the other day, Chief and Sean Paul, the agents,
yeah, them was definitely agents, damn it. That was Jake put one of the brothers, not Jake, one of the brothers put up. They said that was Karen and Darren. That's the new word for the white boys calling the police. They Darrens. Darrens and Karens.
yeah,
Chief,
somebody started.
Salaki. Chief, put that link up there. I didn't get a chance to see it. Brothers put it on Shalom Chill in Israel. But if you can't put that link up there when y'all was out there.
Oh, I got. Let me put. Put the preview, man. Put the preview up there. He put up a preview clip yesterday. They got it so everybody can subscribe and log in on www.setapartnetwork.com. So that's the new website I recreated. So we want to start uh, cha- ch- uh, bringing the traffic to there. Um, we got a little clip. So if y'all want to see the whole thing, I think he gonna release it on Set Apart Network. Right? Am I wrong, Ari? Am I correct?
Nah, Con, you got it. Yeah, because YouTube is getting us heavy. They're getting us heavy, man. Obviously, you already know the drill. They're trying to shut this whole thing down. But my spirit, we're moving with this. I'm gonna tell y'all. Like, of course, I don't want the channels to go down, right? But I'm not moving with any kind of fearful spirit of this. If they take it down, they take it down. I'll put another one right back behind it. But the whole thing we're trying to do is really get the message out, right? So if you can subscribe to the website, because that's where I really want us. And I know YouTube is a bigger platform and we still going to need YouTube, but I don't want it to be our primary source of getting information and getting this word. But the website, the server, I control the server. I have everything backed up so we can always get this gospel, right? And get edified through the spirit. So that's my whole mission with this. So subscribe to the website. I don't want to be out here just shouting out Set Apart, but it's all for the nation. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, certain videos I will not be releasing on YouTube just to maintain the YouTube page just a little longer, right? But if they shut it down, they shut it down. We'll just put another one. This is why I made 3 of them. So, because that's my goal. And I pray that the Most High keep that spirit within me to constantly keep pushing this gospel, right? And promoting our nation in a positive light. So, but I'm going to put but yeah, Chief, you're right, man. Yeah, that video will probably be exclusive on Set Apart Network. Yeah, it was crazy. It's a crazy video, pre-recorded. All right, but I yield for now. I'm going to put the promo up.
Yeah. Who said the pull up boys fell off? Damn it! You know what I'm saying? Who said the pull up boys fell off? The summer ain't even start yet. We turned the rainbow. We turned the crossroad rainbow into Skittles, man.
God, that's how far, man. That's how far we are.
Pull up boys fell off because y'all ain't Nick fans.
Now we with the champions, bro. We the champions, Elder. The Knicks ain't been on since Patrick Ewing, Elder. What are you talking about, Elder? This what happened to Bronx. See, the Bronx is so they the last borough to be gentrified, so they still stuck in the '70s. You know what I'm saying? They still talking about Walt Frazier and Bernard King. Like, come on, man. Come on, Elder. It's 2022. You know what I mean? The
Oh,
Bronx is
okay.
still the Bronx, man. Everybody done moved to the Jefferson age, and y'all still in 1970 back there, man. Come on, man.
Hey, just remember, y'all gotta come up here to see the Yankees. Always will.
Now you want to go to baseball. Come on, Elder. See what I'm saying? Come on.
God, but yo, yeah, man, it's crazy, man, because everybody got to bow down, man. These musicians, this ain't nothing new. This ain't nothing new. Somebody give me Daniel's 3:10. It ain't nothing new to serve the king. The musicians, the actors, whatever you want to say, whoever it is, they got to serve the king. The athletes, they have to serve the king of this world. So they ain't serving you. You know what I mean? They got to do things for the king. And that's what's happening, man. So anybody got that book of Daniel's 3:10?
Yeah, I got you, Elder. Daniel chapter 3 and verse 10. Thou, O king, has made a decree that every man that shall hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, sorcery, and declaring it, and
See,
all kinds,
all the musicians,
kind,
everybody, they all had to serve the king. Read on.
and all kinds of music shall fall down and worship the golden image.
You gotta worship the golden image. Come on.
And whoso falleth not down and worship it, that he should be cast into the midst of a burning fiery furnace.
Right. So that was during the time of the Babylonian Empire, the Nebuchadnezzar. See, that's the same thing going on, man. You always got to worship the king in this world. If you're going to be on that celebrity status, you're going to go on a high level, you're going to have to worship that king, man. The king of this world, the God of this world is just what it is. So now, like we was talking about earlier, the stars of heaven is falling. Now they understand. And I think a lot of them believe and see now that they've made a pact with the devil, a covenant with the devil, and they cannot get out sometime. But they can, if they really want to get out, they can while it's here. But are they willing to make the sacrifice to get out, or do they get comfortable in that lifestyle? They love that lifestyle. They get comfortable in that lifestyle, and now not to have that lifestyle, now that's a problem. Well, they ain't gonna. They're gonna realize, man, that you know what I mean. You already lost. You already lost your soul, your integrity. You lost everything already. So, they're gonna have to realize and understand that. You know, with that I yield.
Con. So everybody follow the room, click on the green house above our head. All right. So that way when we have topics like this, you can get the notification. Follow the mods on stage. All right. Follow the brothers and sisters bringing out the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Follow each other in the audience. Thwada for everybody for your input in this room. This is a great topic. Again, we're not making mockery of our brother Will or his family. All right. But again, we cannot, and I repeat, we cannot justify the wicked. All right. We cannot justify them. Yes, we can have mercy on them, pray for them, right? And pray that Most High will have mercy on them, that they'll come out of the situation that they're in. But at the same time, we all have to apply ourselves. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter how many riches you got, right? We all have to apply ourselves for this truth, right? We got to go hard for it. All right. That's all we teach in here, right? We're not justifying no wicked person of other nation or our nation, right? Today's topic, the Kosher Brunch, Will Smith, Chris Rock, right? Slaps Chris Rock, right? I know a lot of you, we put the article up. I think Sean put the clip up there earlier, right? Just showing that, the difference in, how we're supposed to treat each other, and the incident that happened between Chris Rock and Will Smith and the one that happened between Denzel and Samuel, right? You see how the devil do not promote one, or they promote one or the other, right? Because they're trying to, it's all an agenda, behind all of this. So that's another thing we got to definitely keep an eye on. Definitely, we got to love our brothers. We're not to sell out for money, right? Money is not everything, right? It's good to have money, but if you have no wisdom, it's completely useless. You know what I mean? So that's what we teach in here, right? Don't be a sellout. Don't fall for everything. You know what I mean? We understand what the scriptures talks about, how we're supposed to treat each other, and that's what we're teaching. All right. Nobody's teaching to hate your brother or make mockery of them. We're not doing that. But at the same time, we have to basically lay out the judgment when our people are wicked and when they're going through what they're going through. In some cases, we just can't always feel sorry for them. But sometimes they put it up on their own head, man. But the water Yahweh for the brothers and sisters in the room that are helping with edification, adding to the topic. We appreciate it. And with that, I'm gonna yield. I also have the link up there for the promo. Click on the description part of the YouTube page. You can click on the actual description and you see the website link. You can click on that and become a member. Also, there's a link for HOY. Click on the HOY and subscribe to the HOY channel. All right. And support the channel. All right. But with that, I'm a yield for now. Yeah, so if you're in the audience, you have anything to add, just raise your hand, come up to the stage, um, and add to the topic. You guys know the drill. We'll probably be ending the room pretty soon, but we want brothers and sisters to add if they haven't had anything to add, or if you're just coming into the room and you want to be part of the conversation. All right, just raise your hand and come up to the stage.
Khan, if you could check out the link on the top, we have that energy against the heathen. We try not to have that energy against our own people because our people deserve grace and mercy. We are the children of Israel. Even though we stiff necked and hard headed and rebellious, the Most High God still want us to love each other and treat each other with grace. So that's what we do to the best of our abilities. Dealing with Israel is hard. But definitely, you don't want to just walk up and slap your brother in the face like Will Smith did. You know what I'm saying? And every brother should defend his wife, of course, but I think he could have just pulled Chris Rock close and just told him the message. And then if Chris Rock, what I'm saying, did something even further than that, then hey man, you could have called him backstage and really gave him the beat downs. You know what I'm saying? But with that I yield.
Con. That's why we the Bourbon Street Bullies, man. We bully the nations, b. When they get out of pocket, we put them in pocket, and we bully the nations. We don't bully our brothers. We don't bully our sisters. That's the difference between us and other bullies. We are spiritually bullies for the Lord, and we bully evil, man. We bully wickedness. You know what I'm saying? So we give that energy. See, Jake be ready to kill they brothers, man. They be like, nigga, I'm with all the smoke. I got all the smoke for you, nigga. I'll kill you, nigga. But we the opposite. We got all that smoke for our enemies. We know our real enemies. So when you see us out there and we putting Esau on their ass or they head getting cracked open or something like that, that's that's first of all, we ain't the aggressors. That's called self-defense. But we with all the smoke when it comes to the nations. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of Israelites gotta, even in the truth, y'all gotta be like that for your real enemy, not for your brother, not for somebody you disagree with over doctrine. You know, not someone that even if they making 10, 20 videos of you, you know what I'm saying? You don't be bullying them. We bully our real enemy, and that's only on self defense because we can't be a striker of men neither. You understand? But if it's self defense and we feel our lives is on the line, or you damn right the nations is getting bullied. And if you a brother that's acting like a heathen out there on the streets, we're gonna try to be patient with you, but everything is about self defense. And when we in them camp streets, when we out there holding camp, the object of it is for everybody to go back home to their family. That's the object. We're gonna go out there and bring this word out, but every man is going back home to their family. So that's the way we look at things. That's the way we operate on things. We don't got 2,000 men, 3,000 men. We go out there with five, 6 men, but everybody going back home. You know what I'm saying? That's the mission. So keep that in mind, Israel. You know what I'm saying? Save all that energy, save all that rah rah shit for the white man. Bring that shit to the white man. Don't do that to your brother. You understand? Bring that to the heathen. Keep that energy for the heathen. Let's see how tough. See, that's the thing. A lot, and even in the world, man. Even in the world, there's an interview with Big U. Man, everybody know who Big U is. Big U is one of the head OG Crips in California. Big U even said in an interview, he said, man, I don't know what is it. I think it was on Vlad TV. He said, I don't know what is it, but we got this spirit to kill each other, and we'll shoot and empty clips at each other on the same block. But one police car drive by, and then we gonna stop. Everything gets shut down. No, it's police is out there. It's hot. It's hot, and everybody disappears off the block, scattered like roaches. But you got all that goddamn energy, all that demonic energy for your own kind, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's just, it is what it is, man. A lot of our people is all jacked up because that's the spirit that we was raised in. You know what I'm saying? We don't, we scared to bring that heat to our oppressors, but we got all that heat for our own people. So keep that in mind, Israel. That's why we the goddamn Bourbon Street bullies. We cracker, we cracker crackers. We cracker cracker. You know what I'm saying? That's the spirit we move in. And if y'all got a problem with that, then it is what it is. But we bring that energy to our true enemies. Not you.
Khan. Hey, Shalom, Pana. Welcome to the stage.
Hey, shalom, shalom.
Yeah, Khan. Yeah, real quick. Just to add on to what Chief is bringing, right? Um, you know, he's completely right, man. Right? Like that whole situation, they were trying to instigate things, man. Right? We know these damn devils, man. Right? They were trying to instigate things to get brothers in trouble, right? But we know how they move, right? We saw them, how they were moving. It was a few of them, damn agents all over the damn place, right? And when we dealing with these other nations, yeah, we got to go extra hard on them, right? Extra hard, no mercy, right? But we understand there's a line we don't cross. But if they cross that line with us, right, we're gonna put them in their place, and it's that simple. We're not promoting violence in any way. We're not violent people, right? But you're not gonna come and try to bully us at all. That's not gonna happen, right? And these damn sodomites, they're notorious for doing that, right? But they got the right ones, right? We know that there's certain things we can do. We're not gonna cross that line. As long as you don't cross that line, we're good, all right? So, but whatever plan they had did not work, right? Did not work at all, man. And that's the spirit we're moving in, through the spirit of the Most High Yahweh Shemi Awashai, man. But I yield. But for now, you got the floor, man. If you have anything to add to the conversation or the topic or the bill.
Yeah, shalom, shalom. I appreciate the invite. Yeah, man. When I saw it, um, of course, I was, you gotta look at it from different angles. But in my opinion, Will shouldn't have slapped Chris Rock. Knowing that these celebrities, they put their life out in the world, so you kind of know their business. And I believe Will is in a place in his life where he's an emotional wreck, but trying to disguise it because of the covenant with death he made. You know what I'm saying? Whether that be with his very own marriage with Jada Pinkett. Because if you follow Will Smith, you got to understand, like, these leaders, so-called black leaders, these celebs, Will Smith was a household icon to us when we was younger. You know what I'm saying? So, there's an impression that these people have on our lives, and they could kind of mold your behaviors and how you walk in his life. And remember, Will Smith is a top level Mason, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, no matter how many tears you shed, like, what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. He talked about, he apologizes to those, his nominees and things of that nature. He should have apologized to Chris. Then he was turning up after. You know what I'm saying? And if anybody he should have smacked, it should have been August Alsina. You know what I'm saying? Because wasn't August sleeping with Jada Pinkett? Allegedly, that's what was exposed. You know what I'm saying? Not that he should avenge him in any type of bloodshed, but anybody you're gonna get mad at, you gotta understand you was a comedian too. You know what I'm saying? But was it wrong for what Chris Rock did? Yeah, I think it was wrong. He shouldn't have, because Jada Pinkett, she been dealing with alopecia. You know what I'm saying? So now Will was fighting for his marriage. He probably got emotional, but that shows you the desperate measures that some black men will go to prove something. You know what I'm saying? I gotta prove this. Like, he was trying to prove to Jada, like, you mine. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want this to work. But he got a book out, and in his book, he was talking about how Jada Pinkett, Like he's so in love with this woman, and this woman is a top demon, man. Like real talk. Like she's into witchcraft heavily. Like she got her kids sleeping in beds with serpents and all type of stuff. So he just was going on to say in the book how he like basically her love was like made him sick. You know what I'm saying? Like when you read the scriptures, you read about men who were sick with love. Like that's an unhealthy. That's what you call a toxic relationship. It's he's sick with love. Like when he was talking about the love of his wife, like he let that compel him to smack his own brother. Like what Sarah Paul was saying. Like he could have pulled him to the side and been like, yo, like, and this is the same Will that was talking about boycotting the the Oscars a couple years ago. If y'all remember, right? He was talking about he not going to show up, and he was kind of the one spearheading it because how he was saying how they mistreat blacks. You know what I'm saying at the Oscars and things of that nature. And the Oscars is nothing else but another satanic ritual to honor the god Ptah. That's who that gold man is. That's the ancient Egyptian god Ptah. You know what I'm saying? So they really are they die hard Masons, man. So, to understand the energy that was in them, it was all wickedness, man. But Will's the same brother, and I'm not throwing shade on him. I pray the Most High repent, but you could see Will's life and through the story that in the narrative that he gives to us. So, was he wrong for doing that? Hell yeah, he was wrong for doing that. You know what I'm saying? He shouldn't have smacked Chris Rock like that because, you know what I'm saying? That's like I was saying before. Like that's the desperate measures black men will go to over a damn $5 that you own. There's people that I know brothers that got killed over shades of glasses, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and us as the judges of the earth, most high willing, there's a such thing as injustices even in manners like that. Like this type of stuff got to be worked out amongst our people because our eye is evil towards our brother in these times, and that's something that we have to eliminate and to do it on such a broad stream and on every network they talking about it. It gives the white man more fuel to say, look at them, they're still monkeys. Look at them, they look at them. They don't even know how to handle things correctly. You know what I'm saying? Though we know the truth about the so-called white man, I think that Will should have kept himself together and pulled them. But we all get emotional. Sometimes I get overly worked up. I get mad. A brother might have to, yo, man, just, calm down a little bit. Like, we all get like that. But you got to know you in the Oscars, to walk up on stage and do that, and knowing you representing a so-called black man, you know what I mean? Then you should have some more decorum, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? And come on, Will. Like if that was one of your directors or producers, right? You wouldn't have got up and slapped no white man. You wouldn't have got up. You know what I'm saying? And did all that. You know what I'm saying? But it goes into the history and the self-hate, man. The self-hate for yourself. Like Will Smith, he got down on that Hollywood couch. You know what I'm saying? He was in a full blown out movie, getting, excuse my language, getting damn sodomized, right, on a movie, and allegedly that was a real scene. You know what I'm
By
saying?
a
So
white boy, right?
yeah, by a white boy, man, getting his back blown. So, like, that's the thing. Like, we got to be careful of how we even relate with these celebrities when they go on these trips. Like, he's on this trip right now on some like philosophical trip, trying to find himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, and things of that nature. Like, you got to be careful with these men and what they sow into your spirit and what they sow into your mind. They'll have you thinking philosophical out here about things, and you just avoiding the concrete word of the Most High, man, because these people have had an impression on our lives since we were children. So, you know, as a leader in our community, I believe Will Smith was definitely wrong. Chris Rock was also wrong, but how it was handled, it could have been worked out by simply talking. And honestly, a better platform of two black men coming together and hashing it out like that. And the fact that Will did not apologize afterward is why reason why I'm gonna be like, yo, Will's a sellout because you know why he bought in. You know what I mean? So that's my opinion on it.
Con, real quick. Um, yeah, a lot of it, man. We can't. And Chief brought this out. We cannot exclude Jada, man. Right? What I was really seeing there was First Ezra's 4:26, man. Many there be that have run out their wits for women, man, become servants for their sake. That's exactly what's going on now, right? Will is trying to fix the damn evil, like I said earlier, that he brought upon his own self with that open relationship bull crap, right? Now brothers can't joke about your wife, right, without you getting, upset and going to slap the brother, even if it's in a joking way. Because some people are arguing that point too, right? It still looks evil, man, right? It doesn't show that example of love for people of your own nation, right? Like brothers are bringing out, that could have been handled in so many ways, right? And it could have been a more positive example to our nation and our people, right? So, yeah, it's just straight madness. I know brothers were talking about how we can, just stick to the edification of things and not get into these stuff, but sometimes we do got to talk about these things that happen in Hollywood, right? Because again, like brothers are bringing out, these are men that a lot of us grew up watching. You know what I'm saying? These are men that some of our children watched and are watching. So yes, we got to bring out the madness and basically rebuke any evil that they're doing, man. Like Panal brought these guys, they caught up in all kinds of evil in this system, man. Right? With Jada, with her damn witchcraft crap that she does, man. It's just straight madness. But again, we understand that we got to pray for them. We do have to have mercy on our people. But again, they have to be striving for that too, right? They have to see the wrong in their life and in their ways and want to do better and change, right? If we don't give each other a break in the camp, if I go off today, you think my brothers at the camp are going to be like, yeah, yeah, go ahead, Ari, you good. You're good. Go ahead and do what you're doing. Be wicked. Hell no, they're going to cut the hell out of me, man. So if they're not going to give me a break, why should we give, these celebrities a break like that? You know, if they are, striving for that, they come into it, they're trying to build themselves, right? That's different. But if they're just out there still being wicked, that's kind of like shaky a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we're always going to pray for our nation, that things would change and be better for us as a people. But at the same time, we cannot give them too much slack. But anyways, throughout enough of that wisdom that you shared, we appreciate it, man. All praises to the Most High. All right. If you're in the audience, we're going to be wrapping things up pretty soon. If you're in the audience, you have anything to add to the topic or the build, raise your hand, come up to the stage. Just stay in order, and you can definitely add to the build. But with that, I'm going to yield to the stage if anybody else have anything to add on.
Yeah, Salakia. I see them in the chat talking about she can be saved, Will can be saved. They can't be saved. These Hollywood celebrities, upper, when you get to that upper room, when you go to that upper room, you're definitely a blasphemer. You definitely blaspheme the Holy Spirit. You have to. You have to get up there. There's no returning. Once you sell your soul, there's no returning. You can't buy it back, my nigga. If Yahweh Shah would have bowed to Satan on that mountain, there was no coming back for Yahweh Shah. He would have been left to fend for himself, and his father would have not claimed him. So no, none of them niggas can be saved. Those are all blasphemers of the Holy Spirit. So get that shit through your minds and get it through your skulls and to your spirits. None of them niggas can be saved. So it is what it is. Those are the ones that bow the knee to Baal. Those are the ones that bend over to Baal. Those are the ones that took it up the goddamn rear by every Tom, Dick, and Harry, pun intended. All right. So it is what it is. So none of them can be saved, and don't save her. She don't want to be saved. All right. It is what it is. Don't cast your pearls onto swine, and both of them niggas is finished. All right. They're gonna have to come back as little babies, and we have to retrain them little demons again to be righteous. Cause those niggas ain't no returning from them. Your Dwayne Wades, your even your LeBron James niggas got the big old bootleg tatted on his chest. They made oaths. These are oaths that's it. That becomes blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. That's what that is. Blaspheme of the Holy Spirit is not when you just say, "Oh man, I hate God, man, F God." Nah, it's not that, because you could say that dumb shit in your ignorance, but you know better when you take that oath. And if you take that oath, there's no coming back. That's it. It's over. So keep that in mind. None of them can be saved. And stop trying to save all these goddamn celebrities because they already made a choice. And their end is destruction. Now you.
God. Yeah, this is Romans 10 all the way, man. 10 and 1, right? That's our heart desire in our prayer, that Israel be saved, right? We understand they're all going to be saved, at the end of it. But yes, not all of them are going to make it on this side. We know that. You know what I'm saying? So we got to get out this whole mindset of, oh, this person can be saved, everybody. No, everybody's not going to be saved. Then the prophecy is a lie then, if that's the case. Somebody got to be the two-third, right? I pray I'm not the two-third, right? But it's not guaranteed that I'm going to make it, right? But I strive to keep, pleasing the Most High God, right? But he can decide to say, you know what, I'm taking the spirit from you tomorrow, right? He can do anything he wants, and that's fine, because if that's his will, that's his will, man. So let's get out this mindset, because that's a Christian way of thinking too, right? This whole thing of, oh Lord, everybody will be saved. God loves everybody. That's really deep down. Some Israelites are still Christians, man. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man. Y'all still Christians, and this is why you cannot be in the front line of things. This is why you cannot be in the front line in camps. You can't teach our people because you're still moving in that spirit, right? I love you, Israel, but some of y'all still got that Christian way of thinking. It's just the honest truth, man. Everybody's not going to make it according to prophecy, right? And we're not going to teach that everybody's going to, right? If we pray that, the Most High have mercy on them, on Will and his wife, right? But if that's not the Most High's will, it's not the Most High. If it's not the Most High's will that I make it, there's nothing I can do about it. So if I can put it upon myself, right? Who am I to try to change a celebrity status and their outcome is gonna be? So again, we definitely pray for them. Okay, that's the balance between this. If they, turn from their wickedness, ask for forgiveness to the Father, they reach out to an elder and they try to change their ways. It is what it is. But if not, you know, whatever comes to them comes to them. But anyways, yeah, that's a great point. I didn't even see that in the chat. I was just reading some of the stuff that were being brought out. Yeah, Israel. Everybody's not gonna make it on this side, Israel. Okay, that's the rapture doctrine. All right. So let's snap out of that and face the reality of the scriptures. But all praises to the Most High. Um,
Hey,
let me see.
Salakia.
Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
Hey, Salakia. To add on to what Chief is saying, right? Like, if you really study, these celebrities, man, like, they're not ignorant on what they're doing at all. They're not ignorant. The thing is, when you look at Will Smith and you understand their careers and you understand the depths of Satan, that's written in Revelation 2 and 24. The scriptures say, be not ignorant of Satan's devices. So it's a lot of our people, especially Christians, you know what I'm saying, are saying, oh, he could be saved, right? You're ignorant of the devices of Satan. That's what you're ignorant of. When Will Smith came out with that show in the 90s, Fresh Prince of Bel Air, he told you then who he served. Fresh Prince of Bel, Bel Air, Prince of the God of the Air, which is Satan, right? He served the so-called white man in a system that's going to be given to the fiery flame, right? That's what he chose to do. For what? Like what Chief was saying, when it says in Luke chapter 4, when Satan took Yahweh's side to that pinnacle, it says that he showed him the kingdoms in a moment of time, which means Yahweh's side saw everything that we see it now, right? He would have set up Yahweh Shai to be a ruler in his kingdom, a magistrate in his kingdom, if he would just obey the spirit of Satan, right? That's what they chose. They chose to become elites with the elites, though they like 20 miles down below the damn pyramid, right? Because they know that they so-called black men compared to Esau, where Esau will never let them in into they particular courts where they can enter in. That's why you got men like Michael Jackson, right? Had to bleach his skin just to look like them, right? That's a promotion of self-hate. They practiced these things. They did these rituals, man. To do what? To blaspheme the Most High God and His law and His Son, His dear Son. You know, so a lot of our people, because like I said, like these people, you know, have made great songs. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're great musicians. They're talented in what they do. They're great actors. They're great all of that. The Most High gave them those talents, right? But we cannot deny the fact that they made sacrifices, blood in, blood out oaths. This is why people like Nicki Minaj say it's cash money to the death of me, because she knows that as soon as she is done with her contract, that's it. It's time for her to become a sacrifice, just like she sacrificed. Right? That's the type of levels of sorcery that they playing with. Right? So you gotta understand when Will Smith is walking off and doing those little sodomite moves of Fresh Prince Bel Air, Uncle Phil was a full blown sodomite, man, and they was feeding that to us as children, man. You got to understand that that's the level of sorcery Esau's pushing through our very own people. So that's why Chief is up here saying, man, they can't be saved, right? Because they already chose their fate. They have everything that they wanted in their life, and they still miserable as all hell. So now that they can't have the crumbs that Esau, you know what I'm saying? They realizing they're really still on the same level. They just got rich, but they still have no hope. They still have no hope. You know why? Because they turn their back on the Most High God, man. Proverbs 1 and 25, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what's coming. So I just wanted to land on what Chief was saying.
Yeah, they all took the oath. And part of that oath, when you make that oath, that's blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, because you that became your God, and you knew the option. Now it's different in our ignorance, being raised as Christians from slaves in Christianity. We didn't know no better. Our grandmas, our grandfathers, our great grandfather, they was all in the Baptist church, in the Catholic church. They was all, we was raised like that in ignorance. But when Satan come to you in the form of the Hollywood gods, okay, on that casting couch, all right, when they come to you in that form, you know that you have an option, because they're going to tell you what you going to choose this day. You going to choose us as your gods, and you got to come to us for everything, and you got to bend down or bend over and get on that casting couch and let us cast your ass, pun intended. All right, so if you do that, there's no coming back. And I hate to say it, but and I thought the man too, but when we taught DMX, you know, I was like, I hope the brother come back. But then when you really analyze it, the man told you in his albums that he sold his soul to Satan. Now, if that's for entertainment, I don't know, but it can't be a coincidence. It can't be a coincidence. You see what I'm saying? I don't think it's for entertainment, bro. There's certain things you play with, and there's certain things you don't play with. You understand? So, and if you playing with it, it's like, yo, bro, and you know better. It's like it's still you cross the line. You cross the line. So they have an option, and they know, like, yo, you got many rappers, many artists, many celebrities that they was like, they made the oath, and they're like, yo, I made a wrong turn at Albuquerque, man. And then they try to dipset. You see Dave Chappelle. You see Cat Williams. They make him crazy. Martin. Cause it's like, damn, son, I already did this. Now you're gonna keep doing me like this? Like they already took it up the boom. So now I gotta keep taking it up the boom. Damn, son, I ain't know it was like this. Yeah, nigga, you gotta pay. That's the way Satan rocks. You gotta pay. That you got monthly payments, nigga. That's rent a center, nigga. You just became rent a center for Satan. You gotta pay that back when he coming to get what was rightfully his. You are his property. You belong to him. That's your daddy now. You see what I'm saying? So there's once you cross that line, there's no coming back. The Most High tell you that all our sins can be forgiven except blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. So once you make that oath, my man, there's you can't buy your soul back, nigga. It's sold. No takebacks. You can't be an Indian giver with Satan. Satan gonna say, no, 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 nigga. I own that ass. Literally. You gonna give it to me when I want. Get on this casting couch, nigga. 5 degrees of separation, damn it. Come get it. Come here, Fresh Prince. Pull your hat backwards. Wear them neon colors the way you wore on the show. And you gotta give it up. You gotta give it up. Or you end up like DMX.
Right. I mean, right. I mean, in ignorance, whatever. I think more so it's the lifestyle. What you talk about. They do not want to give up that lifestyle. That's why the scriptures tell you that it's hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. Why? Because he doesn't want to give up his lifestyle. That's the main thing. He cannot. He cannot give. He figured like he worked for all of this now, and he accomplished where he wanted to be with money. And now you're asking him to give up his riches and give up his lifestyle, which means he's not going to be able to attend the Hollywood parties. He's not going to be able to indulge in the things that he thinks gives him that free will. You know what I mean? So I think that's more so what it is. You know, if a celeb, I mean, like DMX, he still had a chance. Even though he did that, he still had a chance if he would have truly repented out of his ignorance and truly come. This the space of repentance is open up. It's open up. Certain things like it blaspheme the Holy Spirit. Yeah, that's true. But if you do it in ignorance, you understand? It's open up because that's where Yahweh Shai gave grace and mercy. You see, so that there is always an opportunity. But sometimes I don't want to say it's too late, but sometimes it is kind of late in the game. Like, DMX, he had a lot of opportunity to come into this truth. You know what I mean? Now, some people will say he heard the word and then they might have killed him. Only the Most High knows, but the opportunity was there for him for years and years and years. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. We gotta let the Most High judge that.
Right. Yeah, some vessels are created for destruction, man. Right. So just to add to, Chief's point, some people, their life is just created for that, right? For them to be examples and for the Most High to get the glory out of it, right? So in some cases, they will stay in that delusion to the end, right? And that's just because the Most High is not dealing with them, you know. But yeah, all praises, man. But again, some of a lot of celebrities, if they come honestly, ask the Most High for forgiveness, of course the mercy is there. That's why Yahushua came, right? That's why Christ came to the scene for us to be able to come back to the Heavenly Father and not get uh, uh judged for our wickedness, man. Because a lot of the sins that a lot of our people get into are sins unto death, man. Right? But the Most High is having mercy on a lot of us. DMX was a great example of that. He knew who he was. He rapped about it in this song. We got other artists that do that heavily, but they just don't get to that finish line. You know. But Khan, great points, brothers and sisters, and bringing out the water for everybody for adding to the conversation. This is a really great room. But that's a room I would like to have. really understanding the deep, I won't even say deep, but just getting more breakdowns on that, on mercy and how it works, right? That'll be a great lesson for Israel because I think some of our people don't have that understanding on how that works. Some of our people still have that mindset of everybody will make it on this side. Some people do, even though the prophecy says otherwise. So I think that'll be something great to get into. Um, and the concept of the Most High giving us chances to come back and make a difference in our life. Right? That would really be a great lesson to get into Christ. Um, Him coming and grace applying, being applied in our life and how that works, the concept of it. All right. But to water everybody again for adding on. If you in the audience, if you have anything to add to the topic, raise your hand. Come up to the stage. I add to the build. We're probably going to be wrapping things up in a few minutes. I got a link up there just showing him crying after the statement. After what happened between him and Chris. It's an actual YouTube video. Y'all can check that out. Again, we're not bringing all this out to mock Will and his situation, but an example of what not to do, man. Right? Don't sell your soul for that money, that bag. Right? That doesn't come over the Most High. No matter what anybody tell you, that never comes over the Most High. All right. That I'm gonna yield to the stage if anybody else have anything to add.
Shalom,
You,
shalom.
you
Yabashina Shabraka Farm.
kind of
And
shalom.
my brother, hey, real quick. Um, the Torah brought out a scripture I was looking at the same time he was bringing it out. I was wondering if somebody could go there and read the two verses because I was looking at it at the same time he was bringing it out. Matthew chapter 19, verses 23 and 24. Baba Shah.
Who brought that out? I didn't. Send me Matthews 19, 23, and 24. Somebody else brought that out.
The rich man hard to enter into the kingdom of heaven.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I was speaking about it. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah.
Somebody got it for the brother?
Yeah, really and truly, I'm not really into the limelight world myself, But obviously, when these things occur, it's hard to ignore when it's amongst our own people. You know what I mean? So it's hard to ignore. But yes, somebody get that for me. Matthew chapter. That's okay. I'll read it. So this is the book of Matthew chapter 19, verses 23, and it says, "Then said Jesus unto his disciples, Verily I say unto you, that a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven." Verse 24. And again I say unto you, the Christ said, again I say unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of heaven. So we know what's the chances of a camel going through the eye of a needle? No chance, right? Absolutely no chance. So what I gather from what I saw, right, this morning, because I saw it when I woke up, I saw an embarrassment for our people once again. I saw Psalms, what is it, 46, the shaking of the head, right? Shaking of the head amongst the people there, right? And what I also saw when I was watching it back, and Chris was running a joke. The previous he was running a joke on the white woman and the white man before, and was saying something about how if the white woman wins it, then he has no chance to win it, right? Everybody took that joke on the chin and just laughed it off. But then when he switched it to um, Will and his wife, there was a dramatic change. Now, even though everybody else was laughing, and Will went up to the stage and did what he did and went back and sat down casually, you saw the sister that was sitting to his left. She looked at him and obviously she saw that he was peed off. But if you notice, the white woman that was sitting behind him, she was just constantly laughing, um, as if nothing ever happened. And then also, um, when Chris run the joke about it's gonna be the greatest night or something along them lines, there, everybody was also laughing at that joke as well, as if nothing ever happened. So what scripture came to mind straight away when I saw that take place was Psalms 137. I don't know if anybody brought it out, but I'm going to bring it out again. Everybody's familiar with this scripture. Um, where should I start from? Let me start from verses 1 here. Psalm 137, verses 1. It reads, by the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down. Yea, we wept when we remembered Zion. We hung our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of the songs of Zion. I'm gonna stop right there. Right? So that's what I saw. When I saw the sister that was sitting by the side of Will, when the way she looked at him, she could tell that he was serious. But the, the she saw that was sitting behind, she was just laughing like it was normal, like it was the norm, right? Because this is how they deal with us. That's all they want from us. They want entertainment, anyhow, by anyhow, any means, right? So even if it means, right, slapping another brother in front of the whole world on an occasion like that, that's good for them. They still want that as entertainment. They look at that as entertainment from our people. You understand? A shaking of the head, right? So, how would it affect our people? I don't think that's good for our people because you have these younger lot growing up, and when they hear and see these things going on, it can rub off on them. I can see it rubbing off on them. You know how our people are just crazy them way there. They will all do something like the the Will Smith challenge on TikTok. You understand? Some madness like that. The Will Smith challenge on TikTok. Slap slap your brethren in the face or something like that. You understand what I'm saying? Or you can just imagine our people, the younger lot, you know, dissing one another and then, threatening to give them a Will Smith slap or something like that. Something along them lines. I can just see. This is how our people is. Our people can feed on the foolishness that they see in the limelight, right? So it was kind of detrimental to um, our situation as it is already, right? So, but yeah, that's all I had to add still. I believe that obviously everything that Chief said earlier, you know, you can't do nothing for some of these kids. They're gone. You understand what I'm saying? And yeah, the less we focus on what they're doing, and the more we focus on these scriptures and properties right now, the better it is for us as a people and as a nation. Good idea.
You know what's the crazy part about it is that we like to defend these goddamn celebrities as a people, man, and it's kind of messed up because we defend these, we argue, and we go to war with our family members. You have fights in the barbershops over who's the best basketball player in the world, or who's better actor, or I like him better, or this and that. Even sometimes people play roles in movies and they play the villain, and then when they get seen in public, people take it. You know what I'm saying? People take it offense. Like, yo, how you did that in the movie, man? How you did that in the movie? Yo, how you did that to such and such? Like, yo, son, it's a movie. It's a movie. It's Hollywood. It's screens. It's screenwriting. You know, our people, and that's the thing. We
Yo,
look at these.
Tyreek,
We
Tyreek from Power, like niggas really
right,
going at him.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? Tyreek and Power, yo. We don't have we don't have real leaders in leadership. We do, but you don't. They're not in the world. We not on the world microscope yet. You know what I'm saying? The leaders are being raised right now, being groomed in these law, statutes, and commandments, are being groomed in the fruits of the spirit. But our leaders in this society is the goddamn celebrities. I remember my cousin, my cousin, he blocked me, he deleted me and then blocked me on Facebook and social media because I brought up, and I wasn't mocking Kobe Bryant, but I brought up the fact that it was judgment. How can you not say that that wasn't judgment from the Most High? You died in a helicopter crash that you've been riding back and forth throughout California, but you die with your daughter. That was judgment. Don't know what it was for, but it was judgment from the Lord. So I just put that up and just showing how the Most High control everything. This nigga blocked me. He said, that's the problem with you. You niggas think you smart and know everything, you damn Israelite niggas. And he blocked me. He still don't talk to me because of Kobe Bryant. Niggas wanted to kill Priest Zabak. Priest Zabak was getting death threats off of telling the people that Nipsey Hussle wasn't an Israelite. Niggas got death threats over Nipsey freaking Hussle. None of you niggas know these niggas. These niggas ain't do shit for none of you niggas. But we get death threats, we get blocked, we get ridiculed for a fucking celebrity. You niggas got your priorities all fucked up. Excuse my language. Elder Terrell's always getting on me for my language because I ruffle a few feathers. But stop worshiping these goddamn celebrities, man. They ain't doing shit for you. They ain't doing shit for our community. They ain't doing shit for our people, man. Stop worshiping these niggas. Worship the Most High, man. This shit is temporary. All this shit is temporary. Y'all niggas worship the wrong things. Worship the creations instead of the creator. Worship these goddamn idol worshippers. You worship the idol worshippers. How does that work? How do you worship the idol worshippers? Make that shit make sense. Y'all niggas is all backwards, man, fighting over these goddamn celebrities. Who gives a damn what happens to these niggas? They chose their path. I'm not praying for their downfall, but I don't give a damn if the nigga jumps off a fucking roof today and says Hancock. What he say, Hancock? Call me what? One more time. What was it? When he told little Edomite, call me dickhead one more time or something like that. And then he threw him up into the heavens.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I
Who gives
forgot
a
about that movie. Yeah, Hancock.
yeah, who gives a damn, man? Let these niggas fly off a goddamn roof with no parachute, man. Who cares? These niggas ain't doing nothing for you and your family. They ain't feeding none of you niggas. Yeah, we was entertained. We was entertained for a time. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, shithead. Carl Yashala text me. Yeah, it was shithead. That's what he said. Call me shithead one more time. He was calling Hancock shithead. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Y'all niggas is crazy. Y'all worship all these niggas and they worship the devil. So what that make you? You a second class worshiper. You're not even a first class. You're not even a first class idol worshiper. You a second class idol worshiper. You know what I'm saying? You worse because at least they got a physical idol and they got some history behind it. But you just worship a nigga that just worships them. Come on, man. Niggas got their priorities backwards. But it is what it is. I yield. Oh yeah, it was asshole. It wasn't shithead. It was asshole. A pocket. Yashala said, yeah, it was asshole. That's what it was.
Khan. All praises. Before we wrap things up, Sister Ash, I want you to, if you don't mind, if you can speak. All right. I know we were talking about the homeschooling situation from the last room we had on Friday. If you can come up and maybe just talk a little bit about that. Also, before we wrap things up, if you have a Israelite business that you want to promote, raise your hand, come up to the stage, and give you some time to speak about your business, and we could put the links up if you need to do that. Okay, I try to remember to do that in every room. We need to start promoting each other, helping each other in this kingdom, do business with each other, and really showing each other love. All right. So if you have a business you want to promote, just raise your hand and we'll bring you up to the stage. Anybody else on stage, if you also have anything, you could definitely bring it up and we can put the links up for the family. All right. But with that, I'm gonna yield for now. But yeah, if you have anything to add, raise your hand. Please do it now because we plan on shutting the room down pretty soon. If you have anything to add to the build, the conversation, or again, you have any business or anything you want to promote, ideas that you think would be great for the people, please raise your hand, come up to the stage, and add to the topic. All right.
Hey, not to mention, you had quote unquote repented Israelites that was sending death threats to Priest Zabak over Nipsey Hussle. Not niggas in the world, not the rolling 60s, not the Crips, but repented Israelites, quote unquote repented Israelites, was sending death threats to an elder, not only of HOI, but an elder in the whole damn nation, man. An elder that's responsible for being the first Israelite a majority of this nation ever heard on YouTube. The elder that baptized most of you niggas in this word, man. But this is the thanks the elders get. Come on, man. You can't make this shit up, man. Israel bugged out, man. Israel bugged out.
Khan, Khan, Khan. All praises. Go ahead, Elder Torah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, he was right, man. That was definitely a wake up call.
You know what I mean? As far as his men still worshiping and idolizing these men. Tell brothers, y'all got to stop that. Y'all got to stop idolizing these men, and that you're willing to go up against your brother when he speaks out about that. We just read in Wisdom of Solomon 6. You want to move how the Lord moves. He says he's in awe of no man's greatness. It means he doesn't care about your celebrity status. He only cares what the scriptures say. If you love him, keep his commandments. Fear him and keep his commandments. So that was an eye opening. You know what I mean? Are brothers really understanding what this is about? Are they still on an idol worshiping, idolizing men? That's what we got to understand.
Con.
So start winding it down, Irie, because I'm over here still doing some business and everything.
Right.
So it was a good
Yeah.
room, y'all. Most high bless, man.
Right. Con. Yeah, the way I see that whole situation is just like everybody else, right? We judge, each other really on based on, especially when it comes to that, us making an attempt in our lives to make a difference, right? You could tell brothers, of course, we don't know the end of it, but you could tell brothers and sisters that are actually trying their best to keep the Most High's laws, to serve God, the Most High God, and live the lifestyle. And you can tell some that just, it's more of a seasonal thing for them, right? A lot of it is through your actions, your words, right? Because that's what I can see. You know what I mean? That's what I can judge you by, you know? And with these celebrities, if they actually, and again, they don't have to be in the main, on the main stage and, forefront of everything. They can still do things behind the scene, right? But if, a lot of them are reaching out to certain brothers, certain elders, right? In some of the camps and actually trying to make a difference in their life, it's going to show in how they live their life, right? And we'll be able to see the difference, right? But we understand that it comes with this whole system. For you to go against this system and try to live a certain lifestyle is for you to basically kill your own damn self, right? And lose all the riches that comes with it. And they understand that and they know that. This is why they're not going to change their way of thinking and they're not going to change their ways. You understand? It's really that simple. It's not that complicated, right? They've chosen the society, money to be their God, and they're showing it through the lifestyle that they live. And we see it. It's not something where it's hiding behind the scene, right? Because you do have some celebrities that don't even get into, like the brother um, was bringing up earlier, like Kendrick Lamar. He don't get into the club scene and all that. You know what I'm saying? I can't literally say I've seen a video of him popping bottles and women all around him. I can't see that. I haven't seen that. You know, I haven't seen that. It might be one, but I haven't seen it. So that's an example there. The lifestyle that they choose, right? But you know, but anyways, all praises to the Most High, to everybody for adding to the topic, the bill. This is a really really great room. If Most High willing, we'll be back here again tomorrow to continue doing this work. Again, to water for other camps that came through and joined with the build. Um, you know, to water for Panaf again up on the stage for building with the body. From Ram Gadal. We appreciate you as always, and the other camps that added to the conversation. All right. On to the next one. Kumya Sha'ala Israel. Remember, we still got next. Keep enduring to the end. All right. And on to the next one. Shalom.
Shalom. Not worshiping the God.